First of all, I give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clearly guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, put your hand down. To the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
At this point in time, we're going to rise and face the east. We're going to rise and face the east. Ashadala and the Wilay Abotenu, Abiyama, Abiyas, Kawa, Abiyako, Atakwados, Shemeka, Kwados, Ladu, Shemeka, Lamam Wahe. Weshamadu b'nei Israel el Shabbat la'asot el Shabbat ledorotam b'nei olam. B'nei b'nei Israel oti l'olam. Ki sheshet emi masa el Shaddai v'Shamayim. Ve'eta'aretz u'bayom mashvi Shabbat v'yakvash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kudushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok l'olam wa'eh. Baruch Shem Kabod Ma'kuto l'olam wa'eh. Baruch Kabod Elohim min komo melech elyon. Hallelujah, Lord, my head. Hallelujah. This is something that needs to be done repetitively. This is something that needs to be heard repetitively. Okay? When you come to serve God, or when you're coming to learn the ways of God, we have to learn to eject everything else. Because the only way you're going to be able to eject everything else is if you yourself has come to terms with yourself that you've been taught wrong. That everything that you was told, you have to acknowledge those things. Once we don't acknowledge those things, then you're not going to come to God with a clear mind. You're going to come learn about the true and living God with you're not going to have a willing heart. You're going to come with a bunch of opinions and excuses with why and why this happened and why that happened. And the number one thing that I always say, a person with a heathenistic mentality can't serve God. The way you think plays a big part with serving God. And if I have these profane and unjust, evil thoughts in my mind, God is not going to open your mind to certain things. God ain't going to accept you in or allow you to come into the sight of his clearness because you're blocking yourself. We block our own selves with the way we think and the things that we do that is contrary and opposite to God. We block ourselves. All right? Now, this is called what? One person called it the book of life. Why he called it the book of life? Because it has everything in it that leads you towards a person's livelihood. Everything that people go through. Now, not when you read about certain things, you have good and you read about evil. This book was given to us as an example. Show us an example of righteous men, and it showed us an example of men that we are not, certain things that men did that we shouldn't take to ourselves. All examples of life is in here. And if God, the number one way of understanding this is that if God don't open your eyes to certain things, you're never going to get it. You're never going to see it. You're never going to understand it. You're never going to see it. You're never going to understand nothing in here. Because that's the only way that God, that's the only way. If God needs to open your eyes to certain things. All right, we're going to go into Genesis chapter 43. But before I go into Genesis chapter 43, I want to go into something. It says, the transgressions or the sins of the wicked saith within their heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. When it speaks about the heart, it's talking about the mind, which means you don't have thoughts that are against God. What caused those thoughts to formulate and to create? What caused those ideas to formulate in your mind? Sin, iniquity. That's what bring about thoughts that is contrary and opposite to God. So you start saying things and voicing things that's opposite from what God says. Why? Because we are a sinful people. We are a sinful people. Sin. And sin is somewhat linked. You know, sin is somewhat linked to pride.
Yeah, that's what
Sin is linked to pride. And pride is linked to iniquity. Because if I didn't have pride, I will be more considerate of you. And that's what the law tells us. The law is for every man concerning his neighbor. Okay? What does that mean? The law is for every man concerning his neighbor. These laws that we read about tells me how I should treat you, what I should do to you, and it tells me what I shouldn't do to you. And if I do this and this to you, there's a penalty. There's a judgment. Okay? There's a penalty and there's a judgment. Okay? Now, why do you think God gave penalties? Because judgment is the only thing, one of the things that's going to cause you to fear God. One part in the book says, he said, and they shall hear and fear. Bring the congregation so that they can stone them with stones, so that the nation may hear and fear and do no more such evil. That's what the judgment was there for. So now, when this rebellious son of mine, like I was talking with my woman last night, this rebellious son of mine, right, disobeyed his parents, he's a glutton and a drunkard. God said, take him and stone him with stones. You know why? Because this is going to serve as an example for your son. Don't do and try what he just did, because you're going to get stoned too. But guess what? There never was an instance in here that we read about where a son disobeyed his parents. Never did you read in there. Nothing like that, where they had to stone their son. Because the children back then was way more better than the children today. Way more better than the children today. Okay? They didn't have to stone their sons in this book. You never read about a man having to take his son and stone his son in the book, because they honored and respect their parents. They honored and respected their father and their mother. So they ain't have to snatch them and stone them. Stone them for what? Now is the day where children need to be stoned.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah.
You kidding me? And you can't do it because you're going to jail.
You don't go like
So these laws was given to a free people. In order to do these laws, we have to be free. We are under a different government. Different rules. You get caught stoning somebody, you're going to jail for life. They say it's inhumane. Inhumane. So when we read the book, they didn't do that. The son didn't violate like that on their parents. They honored their parents and respected their parents. He said, for he flattered himself in his own eyes. What does flatter means? To praise excessively for your own motives or of self-interest. That word self-interest is something else, which means I'm all about myself. All I care about is myself. All I'm concerned with is myself. And when a person has motives of self-interest, that person can't serve God, because I will do every and anything to please myself, not being considerate of who is affected by it. Not being considerate of who is affected by it. Affected by two things. And these two things God speak about. I can be affected by your actions, and I can be affected by your speech, by your words, the things that you voice out your mouth. And if it wasn't considered by God, then it won't be in the book. Then it won't be in the book. Just like Psalms 15 says. You know what Psalms 15 says? It says, where is it? Where is it? Oh, okay. Oh, not Psalms 15, Proverbs 15. Just like what Proverbs 15 says, right? It says, a soft answer, turn it away wrath. Guess what? Not today. You answer the person soft, thinking it's going to turn away his wrath. He get more. He think you soft. And he get more boisterous. And then you got to take that and tuck it away, and the animal got to come out of you. He said, a soft answer turn it away in wrath. But that only works with godly people. That only works with godly men. Godly, meaning godlike, like unto God. Like unto God. So that serves to say that if we honor God by fulfilling his laws, commandments, and statutes, that's what makes you godlike. That's what makes you godly. That's what makes you compared like unto God. By honoring every word in this book that was reiterated and spoken out the mouth of God. He said, but grievous words stir up strife. You know, the word for grievous is painful or hurtful. And then people are not they're not observant of their own self. They're not aware. No, they're aware. And they know it's going to hurt you. They know if I voice this or I say this, it's going to hurt you. I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to say it anyway. It's not like they don't know. They know. They know. That's why in the book he said, don't speak rashly. Don't speak too fast. Because you're going to say something that you ain't supposed to be saying out your mouth. And guess what? You can't take those words back. You can't take those words back. Because today, when people say certain things, that's the way the person feels. In the book, people say things and don't, and it doesn't match their action, and they don't feel that way. But today, certain people, when they voice certain things, that's how they really feel. That's how they really feel. So when you get rash with your mouth, guess what? In return, you don't see that person get rash with his mouth because he not feeling the same way you feel. He not feeling the same way you feel. He or she is looking at you completely different than the way you looking at he or she. So that man that you have offended with your mouth is holding his tongue. It said the tongue of the wise use it knowledge aright. The tongue of a wise man know when to speak, know when to say it, know when not to say it, know if I should voice this, know if I should talk like this. Because you're wise. Wise people that are unwise say things out of turn. Like Solomon said, he said there's a time and place for everything. Ain't nobody was more wiser than Solomon. There's a time and place for everything. Right? He said, but the mouth of fools pour out foolishness. Just say anything. Say anything. Keep talking. Right? He said, the eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding, observing the evil and the good. Because that's what God put forth. That's what God put forth between man and woman. He put it before them. He said, you choose. He said, good or evil. The only way to know what is good or what is evil, according to what God says, not according to what I think is good. Because what you think is good may not be good in the eyes of God. What you think is evil, that's the right terminology. It's not good in the eyes of God. Because you say may not, you put like a if. I said may is not good. What you think is good is not good in the eyes of God. What I think is evil is not evil in the eyes of God. Because God condoned everything that God has condoned and accepted. We read about it in the book. Everything that God do not accept, we read about it in the book. Now it's up to me and you and us and we to program ourselves to accept the things that we read. Okay? He said a wholesome tongue is a tree of life. You know what a wholesome tongue is? A wholesome tongue is a soothing tongue. A wholesome tongue reduces pain. A wholesome tongue reduces pain of discomfort. It pacifies. It eases. It calms you down. You ever watch a person in distress and stressed out, and they talk to a person and they look at you and say, man, God bless you. He said, I needed those words. Those words that you gave me were soothing words. And it pacified me and calmed me down. Those are soothing words. Those are soothing words. All right? He said, but perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. Uh-oh. Perverseness where? No, not in the law. Perverseness where? In your speech. In your speech. Right, still in speech. He said, a wholesome tongue is a tree of life. He said, perverseness therein. Perverseness in your speech. Anybody that speak perverse and contrary and opposite, that person has a breach in his spirit. That person has an opening in his spirit. And the only way to close that opening is to stop speaking perverse words, words that is contrary to God.
That's right.
You can tell when a person is open to everything. He or she is open to everything. And they look at things with an American mentality. Oh, you can't judge me. Leave him alone. He's this or she's that. And this, listen, whatever God accepts.
That's right.
Don't make no excuse. Whatever God don't accept it. Then and only then will you see the salvation of God.
Mm-hmm.
Then and only then you will behold the reward of God. But guess what? Like the example my brother always used. He said, we will all find out. And he went, picked up some sand, and dropped it like this. He said, when we turn to this, dust. Yeah, you're going to find out. And by then, it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late. It's the perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. What caused that breach? Iniquity. He said Joshua and Caleb followed God holy. Shalem, complete perfection. With no breach, with no opening. And the only way we can keep our spirit whole with no breach, we cannot sin presumptuously. Nothing can deliver you from sinning presumptuous iniquity, because that is the way of unjust men. The only way God will accept you, I have to be whole and complete and fulfill these laws 100%. That's why some days God hear you. And then some days when you go to bend the knee, his ears are stopped up. Because we go and come. We go and come so much. We go and come so much. We come and go with God so much. It's a fool despiseth his father's instructions. But he that regardeth reproof is prudent. You gotta be a fool to despise your instruction, your father's instruction after he done instructed you, because that's what's gonna give you life. He said, follow these things like this marrow will bring marrow to the bones. It'll bring life to you, because we gotta realize that our parents been here before you, way before you, and they know what to look for.
That's right.
They look and they see certain things that you can't see. You know how many times my parents said, "Up, don't do this. Up, don't go that way.
Be aware.
Up, don't do this over here." And me and my stubborn self, I won't yield. I ain't listen. I think I know more than my parents. I go and do it, and guess what? You either get locked up or you'll end up being caused with suffering. Troubles. So now, guess what? I gotta accept the troubles. I gotta accept it with what comes with it, because I did not hearken.
Stand on 10.
Staying on 10.
Stand on 10.
Oh,
Now hold that down.
I gotta hold it down. I gotta accept it. I gotta accept my punishment. I gotta accept what comes with it, because I violated. I should have listened. Now take this and accept it. Now take this and accept it. And you know, those was the ways of the men in the book that we read about, man. The things that God put on these people, guess what? They didn't complain. They didn't complain. Okay? They did not complain. Okay? Now, it speaks about, he said in Lamentation, he said, wherefore? Huh? Wherefore means what? Why? Why? Wherefore doth a living man complain? He said, you living. You alive. Why are you complaining? Because once we alive, we can always do better. we could always repair that breach and do good. There's no need for complaining. Just do better. Number one, in order to do better, I gotta acknowledge my fault first. I gotta acknowledge that I was wrong with God first. And in acknowledging that you was wrong with God, I would acknowledge my fault between man and man. If I can acknowledge my fault with man and man, you ain't gonna acknowledge your fault with God because you repeat the same thing over. That shows you didn't acknowledge because you keep repeating the same thing. He said, wherefore doth a living man complain? A man for the punishment of his sins. You know what God put these people through, man? God put these people through the ringer. And why it was so vehement, why they went through it, because remember last week when I read Leviticus 26, God said, I will punish you 7 times greater than that one iniquity, which means it's going to come worse, multiply 7 times for this one iniquity. You really want that? Can we really bear that burden? He said, that don't work. I'm going to punish you 7 times more. Then he gave us up. He gave us up to nations to be bereaved of our own children. Bereaved means loss of children. Wives, husbands were separated. Parents separated. Just had a baby, dude come by, take your baby and sell them for grain. Little or nothing, man. You ain't never seen that child again. But God put us through that because we did not hearken to his commandments. You got to take it as it comes. You don't need to complain. I done violated. I done messed up. So guess what? I ain't complaining. I got to accept everything that God has put upon me because I am not no goody two-shoe. The only thing that makes me a good man is by me honoring what God says. The only thing that makes you a good woman is by honoring what God said. If you don't honor and respect what God said, put the good woman and the good man out of your mind and tell yourself, yes, I am evil because I don't hearken to God. So begin and start reading the things that God said and start applying it to yourselves so I can be separated and different from the rest. That's what makes you different from the rest. By you honoring and replacing the morals and the ways of God and applying it to myself. So now your ways is likable and compared to God's ways. You think and your thoughts are compared to God's thoughts. The same. Because everything that his thoughts is right in this book. Just got to read it. Right? He said, let us search and try our ways and turn again to the Lord. You hear that? He didn't say try the laws and that was done. The main thing, what God emphasized on was for men to change their ways. When you search your ways, you search yourself. Yeah. You dig yourself and you search yourself to see what is evil. What is it that I'm doing that is evil? What is it that I'm doing that is opposite and contrary to what God says? And you change it. Remove it. Stop. He said, turn again to the Lord. So in returning to God, I got to search my ways first because there's steps and degrees in getting to God. I got to search myself. Number one, before searching myself, I got to make my mind up. I'm not going to search myself if my mind ain't made up. And you know what? A lot of people do these laws, do these commandments, and their mind is not made up. Not because you're sitting down here in teachings, putting on fringes, putting on a garment, means your mind made up. It's much more to it. He said, let us lift up our heart with our hands unto God in the heavens. We have transgressed and have rebelled. Thou hast not pardoned. Thou hast covered with anger and persecuted us. Thou hast slain. Thou hast not pitied. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud, that our prayer should not pass through. It come a point in time where God don't want to hear it. The pity and the compassion is no more. Because I ain't gonna keep showing you pity, feeling sorry, this, and you ain't changing. They ain't changing. They ain't showing no changes. God has made us, he said, okay. So I'm gonna go back to, not there. Yeah. Okay. Back to Psalms, Genesis 43, right?
Genesis 43.
Okay. He said, the transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. When it says iniquity, it means awen, his injustice. He's unjust. And we have unjust thoughts. Unjust thoughts are thoughts that is opposite to what God says. Opposite. And we can be careful the things that we speak about. Because the things that we speak about pushes us away from God. He said there's a word that is spoken that brings death. So we need to really watch our words and the things that we say out of our mouth, because the words that we say out of our mouth will put us into utter destruction. Will separate you and keep you away from God. Now guess what? God done hedged up the way so that you cannot penetrate and come back to him. See, now that should tell you right there. God don't accept everybody.
God don't love the world.
God don't love the world. In order for God to love you, you have to be doing the things that God loves. He said, love the Lord thy God and keep his commandments.
It goes hand in hand.
It goes hand in hand. So if I love God, I will keep his laws. If I love God, I will keep his commandments. If I love God, I will observe everything that is holy and righteous by what God says for God to love me. Right? It says, the words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. You see that? Those are the words of the wicked. Wicked people speak about things and say things that is unjust. Wicked people speak lies. And that's one thing that we need to work on with ourselves. Not to be speaking about or to reiterating about or talking about or conversating about things that is unjust and speaking lies. And sometimes you got to catch yourself because it just comes out sometimes, like, man, and you don't know why you said it. Man, why did I just say that, man? I said, man, that really didn't happen. And I caught myself going back to the person, man, what I said was wrong. I didn't say this. I didn't do this. I didn't do this. He said, this is what really happened. And you got to really catch yourself. And then you go through with it too. The evil in you causes you to go through with it. And then next, either two things happen. Either you consider yourself and acknowledge what you did. And now in order for me to consider myself and acknowledge what I did, I have to acknowledge my fault. I have to acknowledge that what I did was wrong. Which means you have to have guilt. Guilt. You know what guilt is? When you're sorrowful for the things that you did. When you're sorrowful for the things that you did, sorrowful for the things that you said. Okay? Now, he said the words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He had left off to be wise to do good. Right? He devised mischiefs upon his bed. Okay? The word for devise it means his thoughts is unjust. When it said mischief, it means away. It means unjust. Which means people have unjust thoughts. Thoughts that are unjust and against what God says. Right? Upon his bed, he set himself in a good way that is not good. He abhorred not evil. Go ahead, Tom Sheet. I just wanted to hit into that for a little bit. Let's go into Genesis chapter 43.
Genesis chapter 43.
Uh-huh.
And the famine was sore in the land.
The famine was sore in the land. A famine is what? Shortage of food. There's no food. Okay, read.
And it came to pass when they had eaten up the corn, which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them.
Egypt was what people say, the crater of civilization. Egypt was the spot where everybody went to get food. Whatever you needed, Egypt had it. Mm-hmm. So now they had to go into Egypt to get food. Now remember the dreams that Joseph had. It's going to be 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine. They went through the 7 years of plenty. Joseph was able to store food for 7 years. Now the 7-year famine is here, and the only spot that have food is Egypt. So people from every nation is moving and coming to Egypt buying food. And that's what built Egypt into that first world power. Everybody went to Egypt for everything that they needed. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food.
Now, mind you now, the first time when they went to go visit Pharaoh to buy food, what Joseph did, he kept Simeon.
Yeah.
He kept Simeon. He said, don't come back until your little brother be with me. You know how it wasn't written, but you know how long days and days just passed, and they done left Simeon in Egypt. Nobody's worried. Nobody's worried about him. But Simeon was a hard knock. Right? Simeon wasn't no joke. So he ain't worried. So he out here eating and talking. They talking amongst themselves. So Jacob come. He said, man, go ahead, read.
And Judah spake unto him, saying, the man did solemnly protest unto us, saying.
Protest. When you read that in the Hebrew, it means he said it with such emphasis. He repeated it over and over to embed it in their mind. Protest unto us, saying what?
You shall not see my
face.
Don't
come down here.
Except your brother be with you.
Except your little brother be with you, Benjamin. Benjamin was the youngest one out of all his brothers. And like I said it before, they didn't allow the young to go and come. They kept the young within. There's another example right there. They kept Benjamin protected that young. He was a child. So he held them in. The brothers went out to tend to the flock, but Benjamin stayed in. The one that he sent out, who was Joseph, to get report, to see what was going on, to check on them and come back. Go ahead, read.
If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send him, we will not go down.
If you don't send him, we ain't going down.
For the man said unto us, you shall not see my face, except your brothers be with you. And Israel said, wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether he had yet
Israel said, man, why you dealt with me so evil to tell the man that you have a brother? Why you tell the man that? I didn't send you down there to tell the man. I told you to get food. You go down there running your mouth, telling him your whole livelihood. Telling him everything that's going down in my family. which bringing up info, which means certain things that went down in the house, they kept in the house.
That's right.
They didn't go around people spitting and talking about things that went down within the ranks.
That's right.
So he asked, he said, why you deal with me so evil, going amongst Pharaoh, telling this man that you have a younger brother? Read.
And they said, the man asked us straightly of our state.
The man, actually, they don't know that they're talking to Joseph,
Right.
who they sold into Egypt. Okay?
They don't know.
They don't know that. Because at this point in time, Joseph doesn't even look like Joseph. He's shaved, and he looked with Egyptian culture, speaking fluent Egyptian. Go ahead, read.
The man asked us straightly of our state
Uh-huh.
and of our kindred, saying, is your father yet alive?
Now he asked her, he said, man, is your father alive? Uh-huh.
Have ye yet
Do he have another brother? He know he has another brother. He know, and he recognized him. That's why he shot the question at him. Is my brother alive? Is my father alive? Do you have another brother? Uh-huh.
And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, bring your brother down?
We answered him according to what the questions that he gave him. He said, we didn't know he was going to tell us to bring my brother down to you. We didn't know that. Uh-huh, read.
And Judah said unto Israel his father, send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him.
He said, I would take charge. I would take I will be responsible for him. Anything happen, I'm responsible. Read.
Of my hand shalt thou require him.
He said, require at my hands.
If I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever.
Then let me bear the iniquity that I own, the iniquity forever. You know what that is? You're not going to be blameless. This is a forever stain on me. If I don't bring him, then blame me forever. All right? Read.
For except we had lingered, surely now we have returned.
He said, man, we taking too long. We lingering. I would have been back already. If you would have gave him to me, we could have went and came right back. That wasn't a one-day journey. It was a long journey.
867.
That's right. Long journey to get down to Egypt. Go ahead, read.
And their father Israel said unto them, if it must be so now, do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, a little honey, spices, and myrrh, nuts, and almonds.
Why? Why he sent this with him? Because when you go to receive, you don't come empty. If I'm coming to you to receive and get something from you, I have to have something to give you in return as a present or a gift. And this was a custom of our forefathers. When people came to your house, they brought gifts. They brought things for you, especially when they needed information or help. Read.
And take double money in your hand. The money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand.
Take double money in your hand.
And the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Peradventure, it was an oversight.
It was an oversight because before, when they went to go get food, Joseph returned their money back in their sacks. So when they went home and checked, each and every one of their money was returned back in their money. So they back in their sacks. So they didn't say it was a blessing. They didn't say, man, God has blessed us. No, that ain't no blessing. They got afraid. You see how these men reacted according to certain things? The things that we look at as blessing, they got afraid. You see their mentality, man? They got afraid if look, they wasn't thieves, man. They wasn't thieves. And that's why they got so afraid, because their money, I gave them this guy's money, and the same money that I paid for the food is back in my sacks. Read. He said, apparently it was an oversight. So when you go, and this is why when you go, one time I went to go cash my check in the bank. I counted. The lady gave me an extra $100. When I counted again, she gave me an extra $1, an extra 100. I didn't walk away and say it was a blessing of God. I went back. I said, miss, I gave her back the whole money. I said, count that over. When she counted, she seen her mistake, seen that it was $100 missing. She said, And so she took the $100 out, gave me back the money. Those are good deeds.
That's good.
Those are the ways of righteous men. Now I would not have learned those ways, and you will not learn those ways if you don't read. Because the ways of God and the ways of righteousness is all through this book. You cannot learn the ways of God if you don't read. Now, people, the world don't know this. People will go to a bank, get $200-$300 extra and walk away with it. And think they're okay, think they're doing good. Go ahead.
Take also your brother.
Take also your brother.
And arise and go again unto the man.
And arise and go again to the man.
And God Almighty give you mercy before that man, that he may send away your brother, your other brother, and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.
Right.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house, and they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in.
You see their mentality, man? Immediately they said, well, man, the reason why we was brought into this man's house is because of that money that was returned in our sacks. These men had a conscience, man. And they also was very acknowledgeable of what they did. If they did something wrong, they acknowledged that it was wrong. And when certain things went down in their life, they was able to pinpoint it and go back and say, man, this is happening because of this, because they wasn't sinful. These people was able to track the things that they did that was against God, because they had a clean slate.
So it's easy to
Their mind was not towards iniquity like us today. We wasn't they were determined to do the things that is lawful and right by God. And when they did wrong, they were sorrowful for it. That's what I'm going to go into later. Those are two emotions of a person that has a conscience. We're going to get into that later. Go ahead, read.
Because of
the
money that was returned in our sacks at the first time, or we brought in.
This is the reason why they brought us in this man's house. Because the money that was turned in our sacks the first time, this is why they brought us in here. Read.
That he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us.
Seek an occasion against us. An occasion meaning, this is the reason why I'm a fall. They didn't fall upon people for no reason. See that? When you ask the president, man, why you did this? You didn't even have a reason of why you did this evil, atrocious act. That's why we today called man and woman are evil in the eyes of God. When they did whatever they did, they had a reason why they did it. Whether it was evil or good. It was always a reason. Not to say that the reason that they had was right. Not to say that the reason that they had was right, but they didn't do nothing without a reason. Why? Without a cause. One of the chapters, he said, is there not a cause? What's the reason? Where's this coming from? And that's what put the difference between men and women today and men and women in this book. And this is why God has preserved this book for hundreds and thousands and millions of years, because God did not wholly forsake his people. He didn't wholly forget about us and forsake us. It's still a way to get to God. You just need that determined mind. You just need to have that determination. You just need to have that mind. towards God to get to him. He said, and they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, "Oh, sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food, and it came to pass when we came to the inn that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of the sacks, our money in full weight, and we had brought it again in our hands." So they brought back the same money that was in their sacks, plus the same amount to buy more food, right? And other money had we brought down in our hands to buy food. We could not tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, "Peace be to you, fear not. Your God and the God of your fathers has given you a treasure in your sacks. I had your money." And he brought Simeon out unto them. And the man brought the men unto Joseph's house and gave them water. And they washed their feet. And he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the presents which was in their hand in the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. Right? And he asked them of their welfare and said, "Is your father well? The old man of whom ye spake, is he yet alive?" And they answered, "The servant of our father is in good health. He is yet alive." Their heads, he said, and they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, "Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me?" And he said, "God be gracious unto thee, my son." And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother. You know why he cried? His emotions were stirred up. He didn't see Benjamin over 10 years, over 15 years. He didn't see Benjamin. Benjamin and Benjamin was the son of his mother, same mother, Raquel. And he didn't see him in so long. So when he seen him, he got emotions started to stir up, and he started to shed tears. So he had to run inside. Okay? Go ahead.
And he sought where to weep, and he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself. And said, "Set on bread."
Set on bread.
And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians which did eat with him by themselves. Because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth.
Who set them up like that? Joseph. But these people marveled at it. They were surprised because they're like, "Wow, how he know who is older and who is younger?" He said Reuben was the firstborn, and he set Reuben to Benjamin, everybody who was born in order. So they were surprised at that. Read.
And the men marveled at one another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. They drank and were merry with him.
Time sheet.
Chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, "Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth."
Forget about how much money they're giving you. We ain't gonna weigh this according to what they have. So we're gonna fill their sacks up according to what they carry. We're gonna fill it up. All right? Go ahead, read. "And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his corn money."
And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were going out of the city, and yet not far off, Joseph said unto the steward, "Up, follow after the men, and when thou dost overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good?"
He said, "Wait a minute." He said, "Why did you reward me evil for the good that I've done to you?" To reward means to repay. Why have you repaid me evil, and all I did was do you good? All I did was do you good, but you rewarded me evil. Those are ways of people that is not good. when you can reward a person for the good that they done you with evil. Read.
Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh?
He said, man, this is the cup that my Lord drinketh.
And whereby indeed he divineth?
That don't mean that the man divined. Joseph didn't divine. Joseph is setting them up. But yet you have people that say, well, Joseph did divination. No, he didn't. He's setting them up. And there is laws in the book that refrains us from dealing with divination. Okay? Now, divine means what? The practice of seeking knowledge of the future or future events. You go to a soothsayer or a witch or psychic, and they read your palm. You do certain things, and they tell you the future. Well, this is going to be your future. This is your lifelong. You're going to be rich. You're going to be dealing with a rich man, and stay away from this man. And you have people that believe in these things, and they go by it, and they stand by it. So how much good do you think this person have in them? You may think you're a good man, but not doing these divinations and soothsayings and dealing with these witchcrafts and all that stuff. And God gave us laws and told us to stay away from these things. Go ahead, read.
Ye have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them and spake unto them the same word. And they said unto him, wherefore say my Lord these words?
He said, why are you speaking like this?
God
forbid that thy servant should do according to this. He said, listen, we didn't do nothing like this. He said, there's no need for you to be speaking like this. He said, behold, now you're going to give him an example.
Behold, the money which we found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan.
So if I was a thief, if I wanted to get over, I would have never brought the money, and I would have never mentioned about the money that was put again in my sacks. I would have never mentioned it to you. So what that tell you? My actions is not matching what you saying. What you saying and what are you saying about me? My actions is not matching that. And you know how many times we can say those words with different aspects and what go on in your daily life? This person or that person may say certain things towards you, but your actions and the things that you have showed this person does not match what you're saying about me. It doesn't match. And only the godly, only a person that's pursuing godliness, or only a person that's pursuing righteousness will consider and acknowledge these things. Tom C.
And we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of thy Lord's house silver or gold?
He said, man, listen, what are you talking about, man? He said, man, we brought back the same money you put back in our sacks. So you think we're going to come back and take a cup, a gold or a silver cup or whatever color, whatever it was?
With whomsoever of thy servants it be found.
He said, well, whoever you find that cup with,
both let him die.
So let him die.
And we also will be my Lord's bond.
You know why they said that? Because each man was able to speak with each one. Reuben knew Levi or Simeon. Simeon knew Reuben didn't do it. Everybody knew, and they could stand like 10 feet and know for sure none of us did that. See, we got to realize certain things. Certain things you can speak for a person. That's why certain things come in and say, man, I know for sure my brother ain't did that. I don't know what you talking about. You know how many times certain things come up and I told Uncle, I said, man, you bugging. Not my brother. I know for sure he didn't do that. Yeah, he may have did this, and this. And he was wrong in doing that and that. But this here, I know for sure he didn't do that. Oh, no, you don't know. Yes, I do know. Yes, I do know. And I put my hand on the chopping block for him. I know he didn't do that. You know why? Because these men, we have a certain amount of morals. We don't have 100% morals, but they have a certain amount of morals that refrain them from doing certain things. I didn't say they was perfect. I didn't say they was 100% thorough, but I just know for sure certain things they ain't doing. And I can say that. I put my hand on the chopping block with that because I know each and every one of them. I lived with these guys all my life, and I know what they would do from what they would not do. The same way you could speak for yours, I could speak for mine. And I'm not wicked for speaking up for mine neither. They spoke up for their own self. They know the ways of their own people. Go ahead.
And he said, now also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and he shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground and opened every man his sack. And he searched and begun at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack.
Now remember this was a setup. Benjamin ain't take no cup. Benjamin put the cup, Joseph's stewards and his servants was commanded to put the cup in his sack. Okay, go ahead, read.
Then they rent their clothes. And laid it every man his ass. And returned to the city. And Judah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. Tom Sheet. And Joseph said unto them,
what Joseph said to them?
What deed is this that ye have done?
Say, man, what did you do, man?
What ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
He said, man, you didn't know I was a man that can divine. I do divination. I would have found out, and I would have knew that you took my cup. Read.
And Judah said, what shall we say unto my Lord?
Go ahead.
What shall we speak?
Or
how shall we clear
ourselves? You hear that? When you are acknowledging your fault with God and man, there's no explanation. You can't justify yourself of your wrongdoing. He said, how can we clear ourselves? The word for clear is zadak, means how can I justify myself? I can't justify myself. An unjust act was done. Somebody did wrong amongst the group. I cannot justify myself, which means I'm not going to be wrong and strong. I'm not going to talk tough. You're wrong, which means once you are wrong or you are found guilty, that's supposed to bring a certain amount of humbleness. Gotta humble myself, man. I ain't got nothing to say, man. I gotta pipe this down. You hear what they say? He said, what are we going to say?
Well, how shall we clear ourselves?
How am I going to clear myself? I can't. Go ahead,
God had found out the iniquity of thy servant.
God had found out the iniquity of thy servants.
Behold, we are my Lord's servants.
Okay, let's go down exactly what I said. He said, we are your servants.
Both we.
And
he also with whom the cup is found.
Now, you see how they added that in? He said, both we and with whom the cup you're going to find. You have found it with, right? Read.
And he said, God forbid that I should do so.
Joseph. See the righteousness in Joseph. This is just an example. He said, God forbid that I should do so. I'm not going to do such things. I'm not going to snatch all of y'all just because of what this guy did. You can't look down on one person because of what this person did and look at me as the same as that person. Yet we may be the same and come from under the same roof, but we have different mindsets, different motives, different ways. And there are certain things that one may do that this person may not do. And then there are certain things that this person may do that that person may not do. So you can't categorize and put everybody in the same basket. That's not righteous. So stop throwing things in people's face. All right, go ahead, read. And he said, what?
God forbid that I should do so. But the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant.
But the man who you found that cup with, he shall be my servant. You see what Joseph did? He said, man, listen. He said, I ain't going to do that. He said, you guys can go ahead. He said, you found the cup in this guy's sack, he going to be my servant. Read.
And as for you, get you up in peace
unto your father. Read. Now look what Judah going to tell him.
And Judah came near unto him and said, O my Lord, thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not thine anger burn against thy servant, for thou art even as Pharaoh. My Lord, asked his servant, saying,
he said, my Lord, you asked me.
Have ye a father?
Have ye a father
or a brother?
You asked me a question. You asked me, he said, did I have a father? And you asked me, do I have a brother? So now you're going to go over the whole scenario of what took place before. Right?
And we said unto my Lord,
we
have a father.
He said, we have a father,
an old man,
and
a child of his old
age.
A little one.
And
his brother is dead.
And
he alone is left of his mother.
And his father loved him. His father loved him. Kept Benjamin to his side. Because he loved his mother. And he was a child. Not old enough to go out and come in. He was small. He was young. Not able to go out and come in. So he kept him in. Again, once you reached a certain age, then you were allowed to go out as you please. But they didn't let these young children, men and women, go out like that. They didn't do that. Read.
And thou saidest unto thy servants, bring him down unto me, that I may set mine eyes upon him.
You said you told me to bring him down so that you can see him. What verse?
Verse 22.
Read.
And we said unto my Lord, the lad cannot leave his father.
He said unto our Lord, he said, man, I can't bring him down with you. I can't bring the lad. He can't leave his father. Read.
For if he should leave his father would die. And he said unto thy servants, except your youngest brother come down with you, you shall see my face.
And you told me, if I don't bring my younger brother with me, you said don't see your face. Don't come at all. So we didn't come at all. We didn't come. We stayed home. Read.
And it came to pass when we came up unto thy servant, my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, go again and buy us a little food. And we said, we cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And thy servant, my father, said unto us, ye know that my wife bare me 2 sons. And the one went out from me and said, surely he is torn in pieces. And I saw him not since. And if he take this also from me and mischief before him, he shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to thy servant, my
father, thy servant, my father, sometimes, you know that my wife bare me 2 sons. Right? And the one went out from me, Joseph, that was Joseph. And I said, surely he is torn in pieces. They came back and took his coat of many colors, dipped it in blood, and showed it to their father and said, man, is this thy son coat or not? Discern. He said, man, surely he's torn in pieces. Because remember now, when Joseph was going to meet his brothers, they took him and put him in the pit. Why? Because they hated him because of his dreams that he was having. They started to hate him. So Reuben put him in the pit with intentions to return him back to his father. But when he went back to retrieve and get Joseph out, the Midianites saw him, snatched him up out the pit, sold him to the Israelites, and the Israelites sold him into Egypt. And they didn't see him. They don't know where Joseph is at. Now that was, this was different times. It was different times. Different times than now. And there's laws that prohibit you from doing things. That's called kidnap. You can't kidnap nobody, take them, gag them, and sell them. You can't kidnap nobody. There's laws against that. Okay, go ahead, read.
And if you take this also from me, and mischief before him, you shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to thy servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass when he seeth that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And thy servant shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For thy servant became surely for the lad unto my father.
For thy servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying,
if I bring him not unto thee, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever.
He said, if I bring him not unto thee, then I will bear the sin against my father forever. Which means this blame, this iniquity, this sin that I done done against my father will not be erased. It's going to be a stain on my spirit, a stain on me forever. Go ahead, read.
Now therefore I pray thee, let thy servant.
And you know why he said forever? Because I didn't live up to my word. I done gave you my word to bring Benjamin with me. And one thing, the things that sticks. See, Wow, this just came to me, man.
Confirm
That's why it was very important to fulfill the things that you voice out your mouth.
Right.
And the only way to remove that stain or that blot from my spirit is to act upon what I said out of my mouth. If I don't do what I said out of my mouth, what he said? He said, I will bear this sin forever against my Father. And this is why they didn't say things and go back. Go ahead, read.
Now therefore I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead of the lad upon men.
He said, now therefore I pray thee, just to fulfill what I said out of my mouth. Listen, keep me, and let him go. Because he's look. The man said, man, I gotta do every and anything to keep my word. If it even takes me using myself. Tom see?
And let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me? Lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father.
He said, lest peradventure I see the evil that come upon him. That was something that they did not want to see.
Avoid that.
They will avoid it whatsoever it was to bring evil upon their parents.
This will stress them out.
This will stress them out. This will bring grief upon them. You see this? The book shows us what is honor. That's honor. Read the book and learn what is honor. Honor ain't what you think it is. Honor is when you refrain from doing something that's gonna bring grief upon them.
Yeah.
Learn what honor is. The book tells us what honor is. Not what you think, not what you read in the dictionary. The book tells us what honor is. Right. So when you do things to bring grief upon your parents, that's dishonor.
Yes.
That's dishonor. Read the book.
Yes.
That's why it's very important to read. That's dishonor. Read.
Then Joseph could not refrain himself.
Joseph couldn't hold himself.
Before all them that stood by him.
Before all them that stood by him.
And he cried. Caused every man to go out from him. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his
You see
brethren.
this guy, Joseph, man? You see the heart that this boy had on him?
Yeah.
After everything that his own brothers did to him, he didn't hold it against them. He didn't hold it against them. He missed every last one of them.
No matter what he missed.
No matter what. Go ahead, read.
And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph.
Joseph looked to his brother. He said, man, I'm Joseph, man. This is me. He said, I'm Joseph, man.
Doth my father
He
yet
said,
live?
is my father alive, man?
And his brethren could not answer him.
His brothers could not answer him. They are astonished.
They were troubled at his presence.
Astonished, and they're troubled at his presence because, tell me, all this time this guy was putting us through all this, and all the while it was Joseph.
The last time they saw him.
The last time they saw him was when they put him in that pit. So now they are astonished and they are afraid because they are standing before a man with so much power.
Yeah.
Their lives was in his hands right then and there. Go ahead.
And Joseph said unto his brethren, come near to me, I pray you.
You even told, he said, man, come on. He said, come in, man. He said, come there. Come on. Come there. Forget about that, man. Come in, man.
For a minute. Yeah.
He said, come near me. Go ahead.
And they came near. He said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye sold into.
But we gotta realize something. You know why Joseph was able to accept them back? Because they were sorrowful for what they did.
Yeah, he heard them.
He heard them when they voiced and said certain things. He said, man, all these evil things has come upon us because of what we did to our younger brother.
He
and he heard that, which told Joseph that these guys are sorrowful and is grieving them for what they did to me. So in order for me to accept you back, you gotta accept your fault and acknowledge that you did wrong. But you know, people have a hard time to accept that. They refuse to acknowledge their fault. They are right with everything. They got a heart of stone. And that's one of the things why God always says, he said, man, these people, he said, I'm going to remove this heart of stone and take this stony heart away from you. And I'm going to give you a heart of flesh. We don't have a heart of flesh, man. We do things and not be, and we're not sorrowful for it. Go ahead, read. What verse you at?
Verse 5.
Okay, go ahead. Now therefore
be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves.
Now, time out now. Greed, right? These two emotions are emotions for people that have a conscience. A conscience is when a person is sorrowful for what one has done that is wrong. And when you have a conscience, and when you're sorrowful for what you did, you will be grieved and angry with yourself. Grieved meaning those are emotions expressed by people that have a conscience of one's wrongdoings. Grief, to feel grief of, or because of. Grief is an emotional suffering of an unfortunate outcome. Okay, these are two things that people that have a conscience, they will have grief and be angry. They was angry. Read.
Nor angry with yourselves that you sold me hither.
For what?
That you sold me hither.
That you sold me here. Yeah, it was by your hands why I got sold. Because I got put in the deep pit. Now, mind you now, they put him in the pit. They went afar off to go eat. Only God knows how long they kept that man in that pit. When they returned to the pit, Joseph ain't there. Midianites snatched him up, sold him to the Ishmaelites. Ishmaelites took him, sold him into Egypt. And then things are, we look at certain situations like today. Oh man, this happened because man, he's evil. He's this. No, sometimes certain things happen in people's lives to prove you. Sometimes things happen in your lives to prove you, to see who you with, to prove your standards with God. So certain things go down in your life to prove you, so that God can excel. God can exalt you and pick you up to see if you're worthy. Tamshi.
God did send me before you to preserve life. But these 2 years have the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in the which there shall neither be earing or harvest.
5 more years to go. It was a 7-year famine. You got 5 more. 2 is gone. 5 more to go.
And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a grand deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God. He hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and Lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Haste ye and go up to my father and say unto him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God hath made me Lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not. And they shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children and thy children's children, and thy flocks and thy herds, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee. For yet there are 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household and all that thou hast come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh unto you. And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them, and after that his brethren talked with him. And the fame thereof,
Chill.
And the fame thereof,
chilling.
They cried and it's just
chilling, talking. Just vibing. Read.
And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well and his servants. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, say unto thy brethren, this do ye, lay your beasts, and go, get you into the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me.
He said, listen, man, this I want you to do. Leave everything that you came here with, and go get your father, and come on in. Get your father, bring everything that you have there, and bring it on here. Because there's 5 more years of famine going down.
You might as well come on.
You might as well come on in and live here. And that was the beginning of the nation of Israel being in Egypt. When we went into Egypt, we didn't go in as slaves and servants.
No.
But there arose a new Pharaoh that did not consider Joseph or his family, and they turned them into bondservants, into slaves. Go ahead, read.
And I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now thou art commanded, this do ye. Take you wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones and your wives, and bring your father and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours.
That's right.
And the children of Israel did so. And Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. So all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner: 10 asses laden with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them, see that ye fall not out by the way. And they went up out of Egypt and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive.
They went to Jacob. He said, man, Joseph is alive.
He said, he is the governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart fainted. For he believed him.
He didn't believe them.
And they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. And Israel said, it is enough. Joseph my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
He said his spirit revived. Which means from the time Joseph was gone till he found out that he was alive, his spirit stayed grieved. He was down. He really loved that boy, man. Joseph was really loved by his father. Let's go to Psalms chapter 34. Psalms chapter 34. 34 verse 13. Psalm 34.
Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking
guile. He said, keep thy tongue from evil. Keep your tongues from speaking and saying things that is evil. Keep your tongue from speaking and saying things that is contrary or opposite to what God says. And in order to know what is good or what is evil, I must read. So I know how I should speak, what I shouldn't speak, how I should say this, if I should say this. Because these things, there are certain things that I can say out of my mouth that's not going to be forgiven by God because you already spoken it.
Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue
Keep thy tongue from evil and thy lips from speaking guile. You know what guile is? Deceit, lies. And that's a job in itself. Not to speak no lies. Everything that comes out of your mouth must be truth. That's a job within itself. Because everybody lies. Man, woman, children. And the thing is, why do I get so distorted when this God lied to me, but I myself had done the same? What are you getting all distorted about? I done told lies too. The thing is to do better and not lie. Speak the truth. That's it. Go ahead, read.
Depart from evil.
Depart from evil.
And do good.
Depart from evil. Leave off from doing things that is evil. The only way we will know what is evil is by reading this book. We cannot determine evil by what I say or what I think is evil. Because there's levels in righteousness. There's levels in righteousness. And guess what? Like there's levels in righteousness, there's levels in wickedness.
He said, but not as wicked as the other.
Not as wicked as these guys. And that's why I said that when I was talking. I said that last night. I said, yeah, I know I'm evil because I don't adhere and hearken to everything God says. Yeah, I still sin presumptuously and do things that God said not to do. I still dip off and do it. I'm still improving. In striving for perfection, you're going to run into bumps and bruises. Not saying that is right. I ain't perfect. I said, but guess what? I'm better than the mojo that's out there. Because at least I'm acknowledging that I'm wrong and I'm pursuing righteousness. I'm still doing things that, he said, in the book he said, Ezra said, only in Israel is thy name known.
Not the world.
Not the world. He said, only in Israel is your name known, O God. And Ezra said it too. He said, yeah, my people. He said, yeah, they sin and they transgress. But one thing they have over the people is that only your name is known within this nation. We don't bend our knee to serve idols and deities. We bend our knee to serve you, oh God.
Bless his holy name.
We bless your name. These nations and these people that we live amongst, your name ain't known in these people.
That's right.
But he said, depart from evil and do good. Do good, right? Seek peace and pursue it. You see that? Do good, seek peace, and pursue it. We didn't do things to cause strife. We didn't do things to cause and bring about strife and argument. We didn't do that. If I could refrain from strife and refrain from certain things that's gonna bring about strife, then I'm not gonna do that. But it takes a certain type of man or a person to do these things. Right? It said the eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous. The eyes of God is observant and upon the righteous, which means he ain't watching the world. The world that has not grabbed the attention of God because the world is not righteous. The only ones that's going to grab the attention of God is the righteous. Okay?
And his
Psalms 34,
verse 15.
Verse 15.
The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous.
Psalms chapter 34, verse 15. Tamsi.
And his ears are open unto their cry.
Read that again.
The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous,
and
his ears are open unto their cry.
The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are what?
Are open.
Are open to
unto
what?
Their cry.
Unto their cry. Which means what? God don't hear everybody's prayers. God don't hear everybody's prayers. In order for God to hear your prayers, you gotta be a certain type of person. You gotta have a certain type of standards with God for God to open the doors of heaven to receive your prayers. Because guess what? In order for God to receive your prayers, you gotta be accepted of the Creator. That's why Cain wasn't accepted, which brought God to say, well, I can't accept nothing from the hand of Cain. You're going to send up this offering up to me, but I'm not going to accept that offering because you ain't accepted, Cain. He said, but Abel was accepted of God. Therefore, God accepted his offering. Now, nowhere in the book stated why God did not accept Cain. Nowhere in the book stated what did Abel do for God to accept them. Had to been something that was within, something that Cain had in him that God didn't like, and something that Abel had in him that drew God towards Abel. Tom, see?
The face of the Lord is against them that do evil.
The face of the Lord is against them that do evil. God is against you. Tom, see?
To cut off the remembrance of them from the earth.
To cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. Tom, see?
The righteous cry and the Lord heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Lord is... Now,
it says to cut off the remembrance. The word for cut off is karat. You know what karat means? Karat means to cut off, and it means extirpation. Extirpation means to pull up by the root. It means to destroy completely. It means to wipe you out. No existence.
No existence.
Like you was never here. Tom, see?
The righteous cry, and the Lord heareth.
The righteous cry, and God hear them.
And delivereth them out of all their troubles.
Tom, see?
The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart.
The Lord is nigh. The Lord has drew near unto them that are of a broken heart. Broken heart. Read. And saveth such as be of a contrite spirit, a crushed or subdued spirit. Tom, see?
Many are the afflictions of the righteous.
Many are the afflictions of the righteous. So because this man is going through what he went through, the first thing people look at is, he wasn't a good man, or he wasn't a good person. He did this, he did this, he did this. But you saying all this that the man did, but everything that you said that he didn't offend God. He didn't offend God in what he did, so I didn't offend you. You shouldn't have looked at it as offense. Because I made sure I kept what I did in the standards or within the curriculum of what God said. So if I did this to you, I didn't violate God, so I shouldn't have violated you. But again, whatever I determine and look at as wrong may not be wrong by God. Whatever I determine to look at as evil is not evil by God and is not good by God. Read.
He keepeth all his bones.
He keepeth all his bones.
Not one of them is broken.
Not one of them is broken.
Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate.
Go to chapter 37. Psalms chapter 37.
Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou...
Fret not thyself because of evildoers. The word for fret is kara. It means to be angry. All right? Go ahead, read.
Fret not thyself because
Don't cause yourself to be angry because of what this evil and unjust person done did. Right? Don't stress yourself about it. Right? Read.
Neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord.
Delight yourself also in God. How do I delight myself in the Most High? When the Sabbath day come around, you look forward to observing this day and sitting and congregating and hearing holy words from the book. You enjoying the day. That's the only way to delight yourself in God. You don't look at it as a burden. Okay, go ahead and read.
And he shall give thee the desires of thine heart.
Now, if I delight myself in God, he will give you your desires. God knows each and every one of our desires. In the Hebrew, it don't say desires. He said your petition, your request, which means you done requested and asked God for certain things. And because you delight yourself in God, he will give you the things that you request, or your petition, or the things that you desire, the things that you want. Read.
Commit thy way unto the Lord.
Commit your ways unto God.
Trust also in him.
Trust also in him.
And he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil.
Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil.
For evildoers shall be cut off.
Evildoers shall be cut off. Again, karat means extirpation. Evildoers shall be destroyed completely or wiped out. Tamshi.
But those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall.
But those that wait on God shall inherit the earth. We're not inheriting the earth now, because we're dying. We're dying. That's for the hereafter. Go ahead, read.
For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
And shall delight themselves
in the abundance of peace.
The wicked plotted against the just, and gnashed upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and the needy, and to slay as such be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.
He said, a little that a righteous man have, he's better than the riches of many wicked. The man he's a millionaire, but he's evil and he's wicked. He's evil. He's against God. That righteous man with that little bit is better than that man. Read. Because what you have don't make you better. What you have doesn't make me a good man or a good woman. Your ways and your actions and your thoughts, the way you move and the way you walk is what tells me whether you're a good person or not. Tamshi.
For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright.
Lord knoweth the days of the upright,
and their inheritance shall be forever.
Which means God knows how long. He knows how long this man gonna know. He knows his days of the upright.
And their inheritance
shall be forever.
They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume, into smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borrow it and pay
it not again. Again, the book tells us the ways of people that is against God. And how you can look at yourself as being wicked is when you come and you borrow and you don't pay back. Those are the ways of evil and wicked people. How you borrow something and don't want to pay back what you borrowed, and then when the person comes to you for what they gave to you, you start yelling. Oh, wait, you're not giving bread. What's wrong with you, man?
It's true.
Go ahead, read.
But the righteous show it mercy and give it.
The righteous show mercy and give. Tamshi.
For such as be blessed of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord.
The steps of a good man are directed and established by God. God directs your steps. God directs your steps and leads you, guide you, and lead you into a path of righteousness. Of righteousness. God leads you. Okay? So now, when I'm led opposite, when I'm led into a path that wasn't good, now I have to look at myself and ask myself, why did God lead me in such a way? What did I do in my life that caused this to happen? What did I do in my life that caused God to lead me in that path? Which means that I gotta start looking at myself and start doing better with the Creator. start doing better with God. Tom Sheep.
The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighted in his way.
Mm-hmm.
Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down.
Not because a man fall. Oh, look at me, he fell. Look at me, he did this. This happened.
He's wicked.
He's wicked. He said, see, but the key to that, he said, though he fall, he's not going to remain down. He shall not be cast down. He's going to pick himself back up.
That's right.
That's what the righteous does. Acknowledge their fault, brush that off, pick themselves up, and get back on that track. And keep pushing forward. He said, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hands. God ain't going to cause that man to fall all the way because his actions don't call for it.
That's right.
Yeah, you fell. Yeah, I dropped and I fell, but God didn't cause you to fall completely to the ground. Just cause you to fall a little bit, bring you down a little bit so you can snap back. So you can snap back into reality and get back on yourself, get back on that path because you started to dwindle off, because you started to sidetrack. So God give you a little push to wake you back up. Tom C.
I have been young,
and
now am old.
now I'm old.
Yet have I not seen the
I
righteous
ain't never
forsaken,
seen the righteous. I ain't never seen where God forsook a righteous man or abandoned a righteous man,
nor his seed begging
nor
bread.
his seed begging for bread. Hunger. Tom C.
He is ever merciful
He's ever merciful
and lended,
and
his seed is blessed.
his seed is blessed.
Depart from evil and do good.
Depart from evil. Leave off from evil. Turn aside from doing the things that is evil and do good. And dwell forevermore. Read.
For the Lord loveth judgment,
Uh-huh.
forsaketh not his saints.
For the Lord loveth judgment. He does not forsake his saints. He doesn't forsake his pious ones. Time to read. I'm reading.
They are preserved forever,
Mm-hmm.
but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment.
Mm-hmm.
The law of God is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide.
None of his steps shall slide. Read.
Wicked watcheth the righteous and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged.
Uh-huh.
Wait on the Lord and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land.
Uh-huh.
When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it.
Uh-huh.
I have seen the wicked in great power,
Uh-huh.
and spreading himself like a green bay tree.
Mm-hmm.
Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found.
Uh-huh.
Mark the perfect man.
Mark the perfect man. Observe the perfect man. And a perfect man don't sin presumptuous. That's what made him perfect. Because when you sin presumptuously, you're doing things knowingly, knowing that is wrong. He said, mark the perfect man. Uh-huh.
And behold the upright.
Behold the upright man.
For the end of that man.
For the end, for the hereafter of that man
is
peace.
peace.
Uh-huh.
But the transgressors shall be destroyed together.
Uh-huh.
The end of the wicked shall be cut off.
Shall be cut off, shall be wiped out, shall be destroyed. Read.
But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in him.
Go to Apocrypha. We're going to go into the Apocrypha, Ezra. Ezra chapter 3.
Verse second.
Second
Ezra's chapter.
Second Ezra's chapter 3.
In the 30th year,
Uh-huh.
after the ruin of the city, I was in Babylon.
In the 30th year. You know what captivity this is? That was the 70-year captivity. They have 30 years in Babylon, right? They got 40 more years to come. People say, "Oh, I don't drop this," and I don't. This is just a reiteration of what the book spoke about. 30 years, 70-year captivity in Babylon. Right? Go ahead, read.
And lay troubled upon my bed. My thoughts came up over
I'm in my
heart.
bed, troubled, and my thoughts came up over my heart. I'm in 2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 2.
For I saw the desolation of Zion.
He said he's laying on his bed troubled. He said he saw the desolation of Zion. You know what he's talking about? Jerusalem. Jerusalem is desolate.
Like a ghost town.
Like a ghost town. Nobody is there. They were all uprooted and taken out the land, transferred and taken into Babylon to serve this sentence, 70 years. Now, mind you, every captivity, it was a time limit. 70-year captivity, this amount of years here, that amount of years here. When God sent, when that transatlantic slave trade came about, there was no time. There was no time when we were supposed to go back.
This is permanent.
We are here permanently. The only way I'm going to see that homeland, which is Israel, Jerusalem, I got to take a ship, a plane, and fly out there. I don't know why people thinking that they're going to be going back on dry shod and we all going to be going back. No, listen here. From here, you're going to the grave. Let's believe that. From here to the grave.
Shall die in the land again.
That's it. Tom sheet.
For I saw the desolation of Zion and the wealth of them that dwelt at Babylon. And my spirit was sore moved.
My spirit was sore moved.
So that I began to speak words full of fear.
Full of fear to the Most High.
And said,
what he said?
O Lord, who bearest
rule. O Lord, who bearest rule.
Thou spakest at the beginning.
Thou spakest in the beginning.
When thou didst plant the earth.
When you planted the earth, there was no earth in the beginning. It wasn't there. Come on, man. There was no earth. There was no land.
The spot where the earth is now was void.
It was void. There was nothing there. That's why I said it was void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered and glided over the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light. Man, those things right there, when you reiterate and read these things, supposed to do something to your spirit. You're supposed to get some type of chills or goosebumps. But guess what? You know what's crazy? The word of God don't have effect on certain people that is condemned. If you condemned, it ain't gonna have no effect on you, man. It's not gonna have no effect on you. And that's why you see when certain people get riled up and excited, because that's just the zeal in them. You don't get excited like that because you don't got no zeal and no determination to do the things that is lawful and right. It ain't in you. Go ahead.
And when thou didst plant the earth.
He said, when thou didst plant the earth.
And that thyself alone.
And what?
And that thyself alone.
By self. There was nobody with God when he was creating this thing. When he was establishing the world, there was nobody with God. How in the world is God a man? Man can't live in water. Thick darkness. There's darkness and deep waters. In the Hebrew, it says it was waters upon the face of the abyss. You know what the abyss is? That's deeper than the bottom of a sea. Goes deep. It was just water. And God separated the waters from above and the waters from beneath. Split it. Separated the darkness from the light. Name the day. Get the twins.
And when thou didst plant the earth, and that thyself alone, and commandest the people.
And when thou didst what?
Plant the earth, and that thyself alone.
When thou didst plant the earth,
and that thyself alone, and commandest the people.
And that thyself alone, and commandest the people. The very first command that God gave man when he created him. Of every tree that thou seest,
Every tree here,
you can eat from. He said, but that tree in the midst, he said, don't eat from it. Neither shall you touch it. In the day that you eat from that tree, he said, thou shalt surely die. And this is why we die. God did not create man to die.
Right.
Nothing that God creates dies.
Thank you.
Now, because of man's iniquities, guess what else dies? The beasts of the field, the cattle, the trees start to wither and get old and drop. That's why it's called, people say, oh, it's fall.
No.
You know, there's only 2 seasons, number one.
Right.
Number two, you know why? This is just the cycle of life. Everything that lives dies, even trees.
That's correct.
Leaves wither and get all old. God didn't create this for that. We brought this upon the whole world.
Death came in.
That's right, Tom Shee.
And gave us a body unto Adam.
He gave a body unto Adam without spirit, without a soul. So when he formed and created Adam, Adam was formed by the hand of God, fashioned by the hand of God. And he's looking at what he fashioned, and he put a section. We have a piece or a section or a piece of the Spirit of God in us. That's why in another book he said, if I gather my spirit, everything dies. Everything dies.
It lives upon his word.
That's right. Tom Shee.
And gave us a body unto Adam without soul, which was the workmanship of thine hands. And didst breathe into him the breath of life. The breath of life. And he was made living before thee. He was made living before thee. But before he created Adam, he had to create an earth. He had to create land. He had to create something so it can be habitable where he can station this man and put him in. Go ahead. And thou leadest him into paradise.
Paradise. You know what the paradise is?
Garden.
The Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden. And there is a Garden of Eden. There is a spot named the Garden of Eden. Eden.
Put east and Eden.
That's right. That's right. And because of man's iniquities, man are not able to go into that place. Leave your book bags outside. Tom Shee.
And thou leadest him into paradise.
And thou leadest him into paradise.
Which thy right hand had planted.
Which thy right hand had planted.
Before the earth came forward. And unto him thou gavest commandment to love thy way.
Unto Adam, he gave them commandments to love the ways of God. He said, love my ways. What was the way? What was the ways of God? His commands. His commands. That's it. Read.
Which he transgressed.
And
immediately thou appointest death in him, in his generation.
Now, because you didn't love the ways of God, because you went against the way and the commandment of God, death was instituted in you and into your generation, into your seed forever. Tom Shee.
In his generations, of whom came nations.
In his generation, of whom came nations,
tribes, people, and kindred, out of number. Every person.
Tom Shee.
And every people walked after their own will.
Everybody is walking after their own will. Guess what? Just like today. Just like today. You know how many
Wow.
conversations I done had with people
Oh, man.
that you have to tell this person, listen, certain things you gotta let go. You can't continue to live your life doing certain things and thinking in
like
certain
that.
ways. People live after their own ways, after their own will. You know why? Because they done told themselves that they right.
That's right.
They believe within themselves that they are right in whatsoever they are doing. They right. They refuse to accept their faults and better themselves with God, number one. They refuse to accept their faults and better themselves with God. When you are accepting your faults, you don't repeat it. Because it's not showing that you repented.
That's sorry.
Go ahead.
And every people walked after their own will.
Every people walked after their own will.
And did wonderful things before thee. And despised thy commandments.
Despised thy commandments. Read.
And again, in process of time, thou broughtest the flood upon those that dwelt in the world.
Now, again, in process of time, many years. You know how many years done passed from Adam to Noah? Hundreds and thousands of years done passed. People have gotten wicked and wicked and evil and evil. Look, every generation has got worse than worse than the last.
Yes, that's correct.
Every generation has got worse. My generation is worse than the generation before me. It's going to get worse and worse. And there's going to come a time when nobody is going to care anything about who God is, about his laws, about his commandments. Then guess what? God is will. He already voiced it and said it, that he's going to destroy the earth and everything that is in it. I don't want to be destroyed with these people and put with these people. So in order for me not to be categorized with these people, I have to walk a certain way. That's going to put me in a different box. So I don't get the same punishment that these people get. Tom Sheep.
And again, in process of time,
thou
broughtest the flood.
Thou broughtest the flood
upon those that dwelt in the world and destroyed them.
I was just saying that last night. Archaeologists found the ark. Scientists found the ark. Why do you think God left these things to be to be recovered or to be found? Because it's going to show proof that this really did happen.
It's not a myth.
And they also found seashells on the top of the peak of a mountain, which means seashells don't belong up there, but they found seashells up there. Now you have to believe this. If you can't make yourself believe that, then you can't serve God. God left this here for proof, so that he can, so you don't have to disbelieve God, so you don't have to disbelieve what you read. And if you still can't find it in yourself to believe this, then I guess you're not, you can't be accepted of God. He don't want you. You're cut off. Tom Sheep.
And it came to pass in every one of them that as death was to Adam, so was the flood to these.
So was the flood to these.
Nevertheless, one of them thou leftest, namely Noah.
One got left behind. One man thou leftest. He said his name was what?
Noah. With his household.
With his household.
Of whom came all righteous men.
Of whom came all righteous men. From Noah came about all righteous men. Tom Sheep.
And it happened that when they dwelt upon the earth, began to multiply, and had gotten them many children, and were a great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first.
Every generation got worse. After every generation, it got worse and worse and worse and worse. Read.
And when they had led so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man from among them, whose name was Abraham. Him thou lovest, and unto him only thou showest thy will, and madest an everlasting covenant with him, promising him that thou wouldest never forsake his seed. And unto him thou gavest Isaac, and unto Isaac also thou gavest Jacob and Esau. As for Jacob, thou didst choose him into thee, and put Jacob thou didst choose him to thee, and put by Esau.
God chose Jacob. When we read about Jacob and Esau, he said Esau was a cunning hunter. He was a hunter. Okay? And it said Jacob was a plain man. When you look up the word for plain in the Hebrew, it says perfect or faultless. Being a child, Jacob was a perfect man with God. He had certain qualities and certain ways about him that Esau didn't have in him, which caused God to draw near towards Jacob. Go ahead, read.
And so Jacob became a great multitude. And it came to pass that when thou leadest his seed out of Egypt, thou broughtest them up to the Mount Sinai. So it came to pass
when you led these people out of Egypt, the first stop was at Mount Sinai. Read.
And bowing the heavens.
Thou
didst set fast the earth, and movest the whole world, and madest the depths to tremble, and troublest the men of that age.
Because that was a sight to behold, man. Number one, have you ever seen a mountain? A mountain range is thousands of range wide. And that whole mountain range, which was called Mount Sinai, was incinerated on fire by the presence of God. Then, next thing, the mountain is jumping, lifting up like he got legs on, lifting and jumping.
Moving on his own.
Smoke, darkness, and all they heard was the voice of God coming out of that fire, coming out of that darkness. That, you know why God caused these people to see that? To instill fear in them. To instill fear in them. To prove them. What was the proving? To see if you envisioning this great sight, will this have an effect on your spirit? Will this have an effect on you that this will cause you to turn towards me and do my law? Some people turn, and some people, no matter what you do, they won't turn. Tom C.
And thy glory went through 4 gates of fire and of earthquake and of wind and of gold.
Your glory went through 4 gates. We understand that? God had chambers, certain chambers that sealed when he needs that great wind to destroy, like tornado wind and hurricane wind. Open up certain chambers, release it, and let the wind come out. Come out, let him do his damage, call it back, shut him, seal it. Certain things and certain damages, God release it and bring it back into his own chamber. Shut it down. These chambers we can't see. God knows these chambers. Those are the chambers that God has. Go ahead.
4 gates of fire and of earthquake and of wind and of cold. And that thou mightest give the law unto the seed of Jacob.
That thou mightest give the law unto the seed of Jacob.
And diligence unto the generation of Israel.
Diligence to who?
Unto the generation of Israel.
Unto the generation of Israel. You know what diligence is? To be diligent, that's steadfastness for God. To be steadfast for God. God put that in Jacob. God put that in the seed of Jacob. So you're not going to have people with the same steadfastness or diligence that this one had. God got to put that in. Tom C.
And yet tookest thou not away from them a wicked heart.
And yet thou hast not took away from them a wicked heart. What verse is that?
Verse 20.
Why God didn't take away that wicked heart from them? Because when you do good, it won't be willing. See, God wants you to have a choice. You choose. He said good or evil. So he left that wicked heart in you so that when you get enticed to do the things that is evil, you have to overcome those evil, atrocious thoughts and actions and pull back from it for the sake of the law. And that's what makes you approved with God. When you are able to choose what is right over the evil. That's what makes you chosen of God, man. Because when we had a chance, when God told us, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And at that point in time, when God told that to man, they wasn't evil. They were simple. They didn't know no evil. That's why God told them, don't eat from the tree that's in the midst of that garden. Because eating of that tree, you're going to have knowledge of both sides. Mm-hmm. When you have knowledge of both sides, which is good and evil, now I'm not innocent no more. I can discern and I know the difference between good and I know the difference from what is evil. Tom, see?
And yet tookest thou not away from them a wicked heart, that thy law might bring forth fruit in them.
Law might bring forth fruit in them. Tom, see?
For the first Adam bearing a wicked heart,
transgressed
and was overcome. And so be all they that are born of him. Thus infirmity was made permanent, and the law also in the heart of the people with thy malignity.
Infirmity was made permanent. Infirmity, right? Weak of mind, will, character, not stable. That was in these people, so that they were able to
law.
Huh?
Like a flaw.
That's right. Left that in them so that they can choose. So that they're able to choose between what is right and what is good. Tom, see?
And the law also in the heart of the people with the malignity of the root.
What verse you at?
Verse 22.
Okay. The infirmity was made permanent, and the law also in the heart of the people with malignity of the root. God left the law. We have good in us and we have evil in us. We have both in us. So now it's up to me, it's up to you to choose whose side you on. Whether it's good or evil, righteousness or wickedness, you choose. He said, but choose life so that thou and thy seed may live. Well, I read.
So that the good departed away, and the evil abode still. So the times passed away, and the years were brought to an end. Then didst thou raise thee up a servant called David, whom thou commandest to build a city unto thy name, and to offer incense and oblations unto thee therein. When this was done many years, then they that inhabited the city forsook thee. And in all things did even as Adam and all his generations had done, but they also had a wicked heart. And so thou gavest thy city over into the hands of thine enemies.
And didn't God tell us that already? If we do not adhere to his laws, he's going to give us up for subjection unto your enemies, and they're going to take over your land. We didn't hearken, and so said, so done. Go ahead, read.
And so thou gavest thy city over into the hands of thine enemies. Are their deeds then any better that inhabit Babylon, that they should therefore have the dominion over Zion?
He said, their deeds ain't better than our deeds. Their deeds ain't better than us, that they should inherit. They're just like them. They're the same. Go ahead, read.
But when I came hither and had seen impieties without number.
Impieties. He said, I came hither and I seen impieties. Impieties means being impious. Impious means not pious, lacking reverence or proper respect for God or parents. See, when you have reverence and proper respect for God, you will watch your words and watch the things that you say that is against God. And that's why you see you have certain people, when they serve certain things, you tell them, don't say that. Because you're not offending me, you're offending God. God speak against what you just said. Or God uplift what you just said out of your and what you just said out of your mouth. God uplift it, but you thumbs down it. God thumbs down it and you uplift it. So we gotta be careful when we voice certain things.
Your opinion.
When we voice our opinions. Because opinions is like my father always say, my opinions is like buttholes. Everybody has one. Everybody got an opinion. The thing is your opinion correlating with what God says? Is it according to what God says? Does it substantiate what God says? If it doesn't substantiate and it doesn't correlate with what God says, keep your opinion to yourself.
It won't, because the law don't deal with opinion.
That's right.
Like that. Once you got an opinion, you wrong.
That's right. Tom Sheep.
It has seen impieties without number.
Seen impieties without number.
Then my soul saw many evildoers in this 30th year, so that my heart failed me. For I have seen how thou sufferest them sinning, and hast spared wicked doers, and has destroyed thy people, and has preserved thine enemies, and has not signified it. I do not remember how this way may be left. Are they then of Babylon better than they of Zion? Or
are they then of Babylon? Are they then of Babylon better than they of Zion? It's a question. Read. Or is there, verse 32.
Or is there any other people that know it thee beside Israel?
Or is there any other nation? Is there any other people that know it thee besides who?
Besides
Israel. Are there any other nation or any other people that call upon your name, oh God? No. Which means Israel is the only, they're evil, but they still call upon your name. And these people is where your name is known at, read.
Or what generation hath so believed thy covenants as Jacob? And yet their reward appeareth not, and their labor hath no fruit. For I have gone here and there. Through the heathens. And I see that they flow in wealth. And think not upon thy commandments.
They don't think upon your commandments.
Weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance, and theirs also that dwell the world.
You know what Ezra said? He said, weigh my wickedness with his. Yeah. And they don't they overweigh they pass us in wickedness by a long shot. And that's why I said that last night. I said, yeah, I know I'm wicked, I'm evil, and I do certain things that ain't lawful right by God, but I'm better than them. I'm better than John. I'm better than the average Joe Smo. I'm better than that person over there. I tell you that. I tell you that. Why? Because I know who God is. I know who God is. And I know that's what makes me better than you at any given time. Read.
Weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance, and theirs also that dwell the world, and so shall thy name nowhere be found but in Israel.
But in Israel.
Or when was it that they which dwell upon the earth have not sinned in thy sight? Or what people have so kept thy commandments? Thou shalt find that Israel by name have kept thy precepts, but not the heathen.
But not the heathens. So you're going to find out, you're going to see and realize that Israel has kept thy laws, but not the heathens. Let's go to the next. Let's go into the next chapter. I'm going to go into the whole thing.
And the angel,
go to verse 28. 2nd Ezra chapter 4, verse 28.
But as concerning the things whereof thou askest me, I will tell thee. For the evil is sown, but the destruction thereof is not yet come.
Evil is sown in. Evil is sown into the heart of man. It's embedded in the heart of man. It's a part of us, man and woman. See, back then they were just directing it to men, but now you got to direct it to every man, woman, children. You know why it's directed to women now? Because they're not following the same rule that God gave them. You know, the only time when God is not going to visit and deal with the woman is when they hearken to their husband. That's why God, that covers them. That's why when the prophet went and approached the woman said, listen, we are not doing this of our own.
They were baking cakes in the Queen.
We're not doing this of our own. Our husbands is bringing the wood and the fire, and they're the ones that God is doing it. Go see them. They're on the orders. They're on the orders. Read.
If therefore that which is sown be not turned upside down, and if the place where the evil is sown pass not away, then cannot it come that is sown with good.
Read.
For the grain of evil seed that had been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning.
The grain of evil seed has been sown in the heart of Adam from the day that he ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. From the day that he ate from that tree that God told him not to eat from, the grain of evil seed was sown in him. Time sheet.
How much ungodliness hath it brought up unto this time?
And ungodliness done increased. Increased. And increased. And it increased. And it increased. And it increased. It took over. Time sheet.
And how much shall it yet bring forth until the time of threshing come?
Second Ezra, chapter 4, verse 31.
Ponder now by thyself.
Ponder now thyself. You know what you mean by ponder? He said, think. Think upon yourself. Sit down and think upon your own self. And that's what we know what we need to start doing. You know why? Because when you're thinking upon yourself, you're analyzing yourself. You're analyzing your thoughts. You're analyzing your actions so that you can able to discern, was I right or was I wrong? Did I do something that was wrong or I should have acted upon this? You got to sit and analyze yourself. That's self-analyzation. Time sheet.
Ponder now by thyself how great fruit of wickedness the grain of evil seed hath brought forth.
That's right. Time sheet.
And when the ears shall be cut down, which are without number, how great a floor shall they fill? Then I answered and said, how and when shall these things come to pass? Wherefore are our years few and evil?
Few and evil.
And he answered me and saying, do not thou hasten above the most highest, but thy haste is in vain to be above him, but thou hast much exceeded. Did not the souls also of the righteous ask question of these things in their chambers? He said,
did not the souls of the righteous, not the souls of the wicked, the souls of the righteous, the spirit and the souls of the righteous asked the question amongst themselves. Said what?
How long shall I hope on this?
He said, how long I'm going to be here?
When cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward?
When cometh our reward? When we coming back? When are you going to bring us back? When is the fruit of our reward? Time sheet.
And unto these things Uriel the archangel gave them answer and said, even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for he hath weighed the world in the balance. By measure hath he measured the times, and by number hath he numbered the times.
When the number of seeds is filled in you what? When the earth is filled.
It's a certain number.
It's a certain number where God said this is a certain amount of pious men that's gonna come up. That number of pious and righteous men is not fulfilled yet, which means there is still an opening. Me, you, or us, we can still crash the party and get in. God knows when that is when that time is closed. God knows that. But it's still open up to this day, which means there is still a certain amount of righteous and pious men that's living on earth today that is gonna be had that determination to serve God. God is just waiting to call. God is just waiting for him to call these certain men to himself when he kill them, bring their spirit back. Then once they bring back whosoever's supposed to come back, the doors are shut. At that point in time, when those doors shut, ain't no coming back after that. The door's shut. That's it. Time sheet.
And by number hath he numbered the times, and he doth not move nor stir them.
He said he numbered the times at a certain time, and I'm not gonna speed the time up or slow it down. The times is gonna be the time that I have set. We just gotta be patient and wait.
Until the said measure be fulfilled. Then answered I and said, O Lord, that bearest rule, even we all are full of impiety. And for our sakes, peradventure, it is that the floors of the righteous are not filled because of the sins of them that dwell upon the earth. And so he answered me and said, Go thy way to a woman with child.
What verse you at?
Verse 40.
Okay.
Go thy way to a woman with child.
Go thy way to a woman that's pregnant. A woman that's with child. She's pregnant. Read.
And ask of her.
Ask her what?
When she hath fulfilled her 9 months.
When she had reached the 9 month of her pregnancy.
If her womb may keep the birth any longer.
Can that woman keep that child any longer? No. It's time to get that child out of there. That's why certain times when a woman is pregnant, sometimes the doctor gotta induce labor. Gotta come out of there. He gotta go. It's in there too long. 9 months. That's right. Tom C.
Then said I, No, Lord, that can she not. And he said unto me, In the grave, the chambers of souls are like the womb of a woman. God
has compared the grave, the souls of the grave, where the souls go down into that grave, into their chamber. God compared it to the womb of a woman.
They have a timer on it.
But it has a timer. But the only thing, we don't know the time. If we know the time,
you know when the time is up.
You know when the time is up.
It's too late.
It's too late. God ain't gonna reveal that to us. Go ahead.
But like as a woman that travaileth, make it haste to escape the necessity of the travail. Even so do these places haste to deliver those things that are committed unto them. From the beginning, look, what thou desirest to see, it shall be showed thee. Then answered I and said, If I have found favor in thy sight, and if it be possible, and if I be meet therefore, show me then whether there be more to come than is past, or more past than is to come. What is past, I know.
What is to pass? He said, I know.
But what is for to come, I know not.
What's to come? I don't know not. That's Ezra talking to the angel. Read.
And he said unto me, Stand up upon the right side, and I shall expound the similitude unto thee. So I stood and saw, and behold, a hot burning oven passed by before me. And it happened that when the flame was going by, I looked, and behold, the smoke remained still.
He said, the flame went by. He said, but the smoke remains.
Smoke stayed there.
Smoke stayed there. Read.
After this, there passed by before me a watery cloud, and sent down much rain with a storm. And when the stormy rain was past, the drops remained still. Then said he unto me, Consider with thyself, as the rain is more than the drops, and the fire is greater than the smoke. But the drops and the smoke remain behind. So the quantity which is past did more exceed. Then I prayed and said, May I live, thinkest thou, until that time?
He went deep now. He said, Am I going to live until that time? He said, what shall happen in those days?
And he answered me and said, As for the tokens whereof thou hast asked me, I may tell thee of them in parts. But as touching thy life, I am not sent to show thee.
See, these angels didn't get above their preachers. They didn't get above their preachers. And you don't think they knew? They're angels. But sir, they're not gonna get above their breaches to reveal things to them that they ain't got no business revealing to them. Let's go to the last chapter here, chapter 7.
Second Ezra,
Yeah.
chapter 7 from the top.
Mm-hmm.
And when I had made an end of speaking these words, there was
Uh-huh.
sent unto me the angel which had been sent unto me the nights afore. And he said unto me, Up, Ezra, and hear the word that I am come to tell thee. And I said, Speak on, my God. Then said he unto me, The sea is set in a wide place, that it might be deep.
That it might be deep and great.
But put the case, the entrance were narrow and like a river.
To get to that sea, I gotta go through the narrow. Okay, the narrow path. Read.
And who then could go into the sea to look upon it and to rule it? If he went not through the narrow.
In order to get to the sea, I gotta go through the trials and tribulations of life.
The tight spot.
I gotta get through that tight, narrow spot, squeezing through. I gotta get through that spot to get to the broad. Read.
Who then could go into the sea to look upon it and to rule it? If he went not through the narrow, how could he come into the broad? There is also another thing. A city is builded. It's set upon a broad field. And it's full of all good things. The entrance thereof is narrow. And it's set in a dangerous place to fall. Like as if there was a fire on the right hand and on the left a deep water. And only one path between them both. Even between the fire and the water, so small that there could but one man go through there at once. If this city now were given unto a man for inheritance, if he never shall pass the danger set before it, how shall he receive his inheritance?
In order to get to that inheritance, I gotta pass through all these dangers to get there. Go ahead, read.
And I say, It is so, Lord. Then said he unto me, Even so also is Israel's portion.
That's the same. He said, even so is this. Even so is Israel's portion. In order for Israel to get to that portion, I have to be proved. I got to go through the trials and the tribulations of life so that God exactly
prove yourself.
The same way God proved the nation in the wilderness is the same time where God is proving the people today to see if you're worthy, to see if you're able to be accepted of God.
Same procedure.
Same procedure. It don't change.
Because for their sakes I made the world. And when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done. Then were the entrances of this world made narrow.
When Adam transgressed God's commandment, now it ain't too easy to get there. It ain't too easy to get to my portion. Now I'm going to make the entrance very narrow. Very narrow. Make it hard for you to get to it.
Full of sorrow.
Full of sorrow.
And travail.
And travail.
They are but few and evil. Full of perils. Very painful. For the entrances of the elder world were wide and short. And brought immortal fruit. If then they that live labor not to enter these straight and vain things, they can never receive those that are laid up for them. Now therefore, why disquietest thou thyself, seeing thou art but corruptible man?
You say, why you disquiet yourself, seeing you are a corruptible man? You corrupt. Read.
And why art thou moved, whereas thou art but mortal? Why hast thou not considered in thy mind this thing that is to come, rather than that which is present? Then answered I and said, O Lord that bearest rule, thou hast ordained in thy law that the righteous should inherit these things, but that the ungodly should perish. Nevertheless, the righteous shall suffer straight things, and hope for why? For they have done wickedly. For they that have done wickedly have suffered the straight things, and yet shall not see the why. And he said unto me, There is no judge above God, and none that hath understanding above the heights. For there be many that perish in this life, because they despise the law of God.
There be many that perish in this life because they despise what?
The law of God.
The laws of God.
That is set before them.
That is set before them.
So God has given straight commandment to such as came, what they should do to live.
What they should do to live.
Even as they came.
Even as they came.
And what they should do, what they should observe to avoid punishment.
So God gave us a commandment and said, if you do these laws, say you'll live. You'll live and you will avoid punishment.
It's the setup. That's how.
Now, in order to live, we have to die now. Gotta go through it. In order to receive that portion, we have to, we gotta live according to what God said. We got to do the things that is lawful and right by God.
Exists, evil exists, death exists.
Time sheet.
Nevertheless, they were not obedient unto him.
Nevertheless, they were not obedient.
But spake against him.
And
imagined
vain things.
And deceived themselves by their wicked deeds. And said of the Most High that he is not and knew not his ways. But his law have they despised and denied his covenants. In his statutes have they not been faithful. And have not performed his works. And therefore, Ezra, for the empty or empty things.
Go to verse 29. 30.
Verse 30. And the world shall be turned into the old silence 7 days, like as in the former judgment.
You see that? That's when God has destroyed the earth. When God visited the earth and wiped everything out, it's going to be turned into silence. As in the beginning.
Reset.
In the beginning. When God created the earth, it was silence. Yeah. He's going to reset. He's going to do everything over.
That's what's been going on. He's been reset.
Read.
And the world shall be turned into the old silence 7 days, like as in the former judgments, so that no man shall remain. And after 7 days, the world that yet awaketh not shall be raised up, and that shall die.
After 7 days. He gonna bring
for 7 days.
After 7 days, he gonna bring the earth back up.
That means the earth
is sunk. It's sunk. It says it's gonna go back into the same in the beginning, which means it ain't gonna be nothing no more. It's gonna be back into. It's gonna go back into the beginning. Yeah.
For 7 days.
And the earth is gonna sink. And it's gonna go back into silence for 7 days.
For 7 days.
Like according to the beginning in Genesis 1. And it's only gonna be God and his
for 7 days.
And his angelic hosts for 7 days. Go ahead, read.
That yet waketh not shall be raised up. And
now remember now, you heard what it said. The earth is gonna sink.
That's what I read in the book.
He said the earth is gonna sink.
All the mountains and all the hills will go down.
Everything is gonna sink. And it's gonna return back to that silence.
That's like default. That's when you put something on default. Everything that was programmed, go back to the regular setting. Like you had it from the beginning. Clean slate.
And after 7 days, the world that yet awaketh not shall be raised up, and that shall die. That is corrupt. Whatever is corrupt and was against what God said is going to die. But the ones that live their lives according to what the Lord, according to what the Most High said, what he said, read.
And the earth shall restore those that are asleep in her. And so shall the dust.
And the earth shall restore. You know what restore is? To bring back them that is sleeping up. That's the righteous.
The righteous that
Time sheet.
So shall the dust, those that dwell in silence. And the secret places shall deliver those souls that were committed unto them.
Time sheet.
And the Most High shall appear upon the seat of judgment.
And God gonna appear upon the seat of judgment.
And misery shall pass away.
Misery gonna pass away.
And the long suffering shall have an end.
And the long suffering shall have. Ain't gonna be no more long suffering and pain and suffering. Time sheet.
But judgment only shall remain. Truth shall stand. And faith.
Judgment only shall remain. Truth shall stand. And faith shall wax strong.
And the work shall follow. And the reward shall be showed. And the good deeds shall be of force. The wicked deeds shall bear no root. Then said I, Abraham prayed first for the Sodomites.
Abraham prayed first for the Sodomites. Because his nephew was over there. So he prayed to God. God was going to wipe that spot out. He said, you can't destroy the righteous with the wicked. He said, would you save it for 50? Would you save them for 40? He went all the way down to 10, but it was only one. And he saved them because of Abraham, who was Lot. Time see?
And Moses for the fathers that sinned in the wilderness. And Joshua after him for Israel in the time of Achan.
And Joshua after him for Israel in the time of Achan. Now, why it says Jesus is because that was the Greek translation for Joshua. Okay? Joshua, in this time of Achan, that was talking about Joshua, the son of Nun. It wasn't told anybody that's named Joshua. My name Joshua. The Greek translation will be Jesus. It ain't talking about the white man on the cross.
All sway.
Okay, time sheet.
And Samuel and David for the destruction.
Samuel and David for the destruction.
And Solomon for them that should come to the sanctuary.
When Solomon made that prayer. When Solomon made that prayer before God, the Most High accepted the prayer, and it was shown that God accepted it because fire came down from heaven and sucked up the offering, licked up the whole offering, and that's how you were able to determine and acknowledge that God accepted your prayer or accepted your offering. That's how he accepted it. Time see?
And Elias for those that received.
Elias is Elijah.
And for the dead that he might live.
And
Hezekiah for the people in the time of Sennacherib. And many for many. Even so now, seeing corruption is grown up.
Corruption is grown up.
Wickedness is increased.
Wickedness has increased.
And the righteous have prayed for
and the righteous have prayed for the ungodly.
Wherefore shall it not be so now also? And he answered and said, this present life is not the end, where much glory doth abide.
Where much glory doth abide.
Therefore have they prayed for the weak. But the day of doom shall be the end of this time.
The day of doom shall be the end of these times. There is a day of doom. There is a day of reckoning. There is a day when God is going to visit this earth. I don't want to be around. Go ahead, read.
And the beginning of the immortality for to come, wherein corruption is past, intemperance is at an end, infidelity is cut off, righteousness is grown, and truth is sprung up. Then shall no man be able to save him that is destroyed, nor to oppress him that hath gotten the victory. I answered then and said, this is my first and last saying.
This is my first and last saying.
That it had been better.
It would have been better.
Not to have given the earth
not to have given the earth unto Adam.
Or else.
When
it was given him.
When you gave it to him.
To have restrained him.
He said, why you ain't restrained him from sinning? He said, why didn't you restrain him? Why you ain't holding back from transgression? But one thing I realized with God is that God gives every man a choice. Because if I don't give you a choice, then I don't know what you're going to choose. I don't know how far you'll go. I don't know if you're going to choose the right or the wrong way. So God gave him a command. He said, don't eat from the tree. Gave him a command. And he left him to see what he's going to do. Go ahead, read.
For what profit is it for men now in this present time to live in heaviness?
What profit is it for a man to live in heaviness and after death to look for punishment?
O thou Adam, what hast thou done?
Adam, what did thou do?
For though it was thou that sinned,
it was you that sinned.
Thou art not fallen alone.
But you ain't fallen alone. You took everybody with you.
All that come of thee. For what profit is it unto us if there be promised us an immortal time, whereas we have done the works that bring death?
Whereas we have done the works that brings death. What are the works that brings death? When we go against God. When we sin. Those are the works that brings death.
And there is promised us an everlasting hope, whereas ourselves being most wicked are made vain. And that there are laid up for us dwellings of health and safety, whereas we have lived wickedly. And that the glory of the Most High is kept to defend them which have led a weary life. Whereas we have walked in the most wicked ways of all. And that there should be showed a paradise, whose fruit endureth forever, wherein is security and medicine, since we shall not enter it.
That's what? The Garden of Eden.
But we have walked in unpleasant places.
We had walked in unpleasant places. We had walked in places that were not pleasant. Certain spots we shouldn't be in. I shouldn't be walking in and out of there because it's unpleasant and it's not of God. Tamshi.
And that the faces of them
that use abstinence. You know what abstinence is? To abstain or to refrain. A person that is able to refrain and abstain from doing that which is unlawful of God. Go ahead, read.
Which have used abstinence shall shine above the stars, whereas our faces shall be blacker than darkness. But while we lived and committed iniquity, we considered not that we should begin to suffer for it after death. While we live and commit iniquity, we what? We considered not. We don't consider that we should begin to suffer. We're gonna suffer for what we did after death. So when we sin against God and you die in your sin, you're gonna pay for those sins that I did before God. You're gonna pay for it. There's no way I can be accepted of God if I don't refrain and hold myself back from sinning. Go ahead, read. Then answered he me and said, this is the condition of the battle.
He said, then answered he me and said, this is the condition of the battle.
This is it. Which man is born upon the earth shall fight.
Which means,
that if he be overcome, he shall suffer as thou hast said. But if he get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I say.
Overcome means if you give in. If I give in to the ways of iniquity,
if you let him beat you.
Then what?
And he shall suffer as thou hast said.
You're going to suffer.
But if you get the victory,
he
shall receive.
If I'm able to abstain and refrain from sinning against God, then I will receive the thing that God said. Read.
But this is the life.
But this is the life wherefore Moses spake unto the people while he lived,
saying,
choose thee life that thou mayest live.
Nevertheless, they believed him not.
They didn't believe him.
Nor yet the prophets. Nor me which have spoken unto them. That there should not be such heaviness in their destruction, as shall be joy over them that are persuaded to salvation. I answered then and said, I know, Lord, that the Most High is called merciful, and that he hath mercy upon them which are not yet come into the world, and upon those also
I answered then and said, I know, Lord, that the Most High is called merciful, and that he had mercy upon them which are not yet come into this world. They're not even born yet, but God had mercy upon them. Go ahead, read.
And upon those that also that turn to his law.
And upon those, God will have mercy upon those that turn towards his laws. Go ahead, read.
And that he is patient and long suffereth those that have sinned as his creatures. And that he is bountiful, for he is ready to give where it needed. And that he is of great mercy, for he multiplieth more and more mercies to them that are present and that are past, and also to them which are to come. For if he shall not multiply his mercies, the world would not continue with them that inherit them.
You hear that? He said, if God don't continue to multiply his mercy, the world will not be able to continue.
We don't pardon.
The world will not be able to continue to inherit therein, because in order for these people to continue living, I have to keep multiplying my mercy. Multiply it and multiply it and multiply so I don't destroy these people in one shot. And he pardoned it.
And he pardoned it. For if he did not so of his goodness, that day which have committed iniquities might be eased of them. The 10,000 part of men should not remain living.
Right.
And being judged, if he should not forgive them that are cured with his word, and put out the multitude of contentions, there should be very few left peradventure in an innumerable multitude.
Right. He said he made man and put his heart in the midst of his body, and gave him breath, life, and understanding. He said, and the spirit of the Almighty God, which made all things, and searcheth out all hidden things in the secrets of the earth. Surely he knoweth your inventions, No, your inventions, your thoughts. He knows your thoughts. He knows the things that you formulate in your ideas in your mind. He knows if it's against God or not. God knows if you really mean what you done thought about and what you said. God knows that. Right? He said, and what ye think in your hearts, even them that sin and would hide their sin. Sin and hide their iniquity. Right? Therefore had the Lord exactly searched out all your works, and he will put you all to shame. And when your sins are brought forth, ye shall be ashamed before men, and your own sins shall be your accusers in the day. Everything that I've done against God is going to turn against me. My own sins and my own iniquities and my own transgressions is going to be my accusers. Which means accusers when? In the day of trial, in the day of judgment. He said, the own sins that I committed is going to accuse me. They're going to turn against me. He said, what will ye do? Or how will ye hide your sin before God and his angels? Behold, God himself is the judge. Fear him. Leave all from your sins and forget your iniquities, to meddle no more with them forever. So shall God lead you forth and deliver you from all your troubles. He said, be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for God is your guide. In doing these laws, you need a guide. You do need a guide. You need someone to lead you and guide you towards the right way. You need someone. You can't do this on your own. He said, the God of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith the Lord God, let not your sins weigh you down, and let not your iniquities lift up themselves, because that's what sin does. When we violate and sin against God, our iniquities weighs us down, weighs your spirit down. Okay? He said, woe be unto them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered with their bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, and no man may travel through. It is left undressed, and it is cast down into the fire to be consumed therewith. And that's the end of that chapter. I'm going to go. And with that, I hope everyone got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Levi.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect and honor to my father, my teacher, my guide, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect and honor to the chief men, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We're going to stay in the Apocrypha. The first stop is in the book of the Maccabees. The Old Testament, right? In chronological order of all the books, the end of the Old Testament, historically, it ends with them coming back from Babylon. Because that's the time of Nehemiah, the time of Ezra. All that time is when they came back after Babylon. It's after the 70 years. Now, after that period, there was a people called the Greeks. They were spoken about in Exodus. Okay? Balaam prophesied about those people. Okay? So the Apocrypha There were things written in that era, and who ran it at that time were Greeks. Okay? And it's the translation. They wrote it in Greece, in the language of Greece, and it was translated after that into English or Spanish or whatever. It's called the hidden books. The reason why it was purposely kept out of the Bible. Okay? Oh no, this is true. This is true. Yeah, this is true, but we don't want them to know this part. This will mess up what we've been doing, what we got set up. So they put that to the side because it clarifies more detail and supports what's in the Old Testament. Okay? Because I see a lot of people, that's like me saying I accept certain things in the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I accept certain things in this chapter, but I don't accept certain things in that chapter.
Right.
So you can't take this and accept certain things and don't
No.
accept certain things.
No.
Because the same Ezra is the same Ezra in that book.
Right.
Okay? It's the same Ezra in that book. The Greeks didn't do that.
Right.
Later on, down the line, these guys, King James, Constantine time, they decided certain things was going to be because religion took over, paganism took over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Once you read and it says, and it refers you to the commandments of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's valid. Not everything was put together. All right?
Right.
And the book of the Maccabees is true history. It's official history.
Mm.
This is what happened. This is the state of Israel. Because see, most people, they read the Old Testament, so they got a picture in their head about coming back, and all the way up to coming back from Babylon. After coming back from Babylon, that's it. The Old Testament finishes. And the rest of the little bits and pieces after that is in the Apocrypha. And that's where the Maccabees pick up. Okay? Because now Babylon got defeated.
Right.
In one night. We read that in the book of Daniel.
Right.
So in the book of Daniel, chronologizes when the 70 years is up. But we still had to go into Persia to finish our sentence. We finished the rest of our sentence with the Persians and the Medes because they came and beat them in one night.
Mm.
Babylon ain't running it no more by the time we get to the Maccabees.
Right.
The Persians ain't running it no more by the time we get to the Maccabees. The Persians has been well documented their history and wars with the Greeks.
Right.
Hence the movies that we see. What is it? 300. That was a true story.
Right.
Okay. At that time, the children of Israel was in Shushan the palace.
Right.
That's when they was in Media and in the Rages, Tobit. You see Tobit?
Right.
The era of Tobit was in the Persians' time.
Right.
At the ending of the last king, Sennacherib, Tobit was alive during Sennacherib.
Right.
He was there at the beginning. He got snatched up. Him, Daniel, these guys got snatched up, babies. Some of them born in it. So they experienced Sennacherib. This is the same Sennacherib you read in here. It's the same Sennacherib in the Old Testament.
Right.
It's the same guy. He did the same thing, and the story that's in there go along with what's in here.
Right.
Because Tobit was in Assyria, in Nineveh.
Right.
The children of Israel in Judah is still intact. So he was at the end of the Assyrian reign. Okay?
Right.
That's when he got snatched up. The 10 tribes got snatched up. So while he's out there, and the 10 tribes is out there, Hezekiah was the king of Judah at the time.
Mm.
Isaiah was the main prophet at that time. So when you read about Hezekiah, when he had the boil,
right?
Okay, that was, and then when Sennacherib ran down on him, and he took the letter that he wrote,
yeah,
and turned it around, Tobit was with Tobit and the 10 tribes was already away.
Yes, sir.
They didn't come back. Tobit never came back. They didn't come back. They out in Assyria, Nineveh, in Babylon, and when Babylon rose to its prominence, they came and snatched up Judah hundreds of years later. Now the whole nation is desolate. That's when God said, see now, it's desolate. Zion is desolate. The grass is growing in between between the wood and it's not kept. Nobody's here keeping it. It's mold. Plants is growing around it. Insects don't came and animals found a home.
Yeah.
The place where God chose to place his holy name to keep you clear so that you can come and clear yourselves of iniquities before him is gone. Why? Because the people got snatched up. Why the people got snatched up? Because of all the stuff that you read. Read later on, read 2 Kings 16 and 17. It sums up everything. Okay? From the time they came out of Egypt until to that moment that you're reading it, God said, okay, this is where the 10 tribes is gone. They're never coming back because of these things that they did. And they did secret things. They went up on the hills and thought nobody seen them and worshiping idols. These guys go behind the bush and eat swine's flesh. This guy's committing adultery with his brother's woman. Mm-hmm. He don't think I see him. He said, everybody's doing something. The king, everybody. They don't serve me no more. They serve everything else. They serve what I created. They serve themselves and everything else around them except the Most High God. Why did the world turn that way? We just read why. That's right. The man just stood up here and broke it down perfectly. That chapter there, Ezra found the answer because he was questioning. He wanted to understand because the way it looked is not going according to the way it's supposed to go. But certain things he don't know. The angel gave him the course, all right, of the course of life and why it happened. He said, look, man, from the beginning, when Adam transgressed and didn't listen to that commandment, it set a reaction off, okay, which is knowing evil, knowing good, knowing both sides, right? Look. And now you have the decision to pick a side. Everybody picked the evil side in the world. Mm-hmm. Man came out, and for some reason, they got both sides, but they set a malignant root. Mm-hmm. Is the reason why they got good in them, but they still do evil. This is why the majority of the world is into wickedness. So therefore, now you see why the hurricanes, the tornadoes, the killings, all the stuff that people say why and don't have an answer to. That's why. So that Ezra said, yo, man, so to sum it all up, if man can overcome, right? You know what I'm saying? That was him saying, okay, now I understand that part. He said, so what about me? Am I still going to be around? Because he understood. Right. He said, what about me? Am I still going to be around to see up until that time? Am I going to be able to witness the course of man's life in the world? He said, look, man, the angel said, I can only tell you certain things. I could tell you stuff in life. I could tell you the secrets of stuff. Right. Yeah, he said, but I can't tell you. Concerning your life, I don't know. I can't tell you because I don't know. See, right. Certain things is for God to know and only God to know. That's right. Only the Most High to know. That's right. Certain things is only for the priest to know. That's right. How to make an atonement. You can't tell me how to make an atonement. I can't tell you how to make an atonement. I can't tell you how, because when they made an atonement for the people, they didn't say a prayer. Mm-hmm. When Samuel, he said they made an atonement for the children of Israel. Guess what he did? He burnt a heifer. They made an atonement, a little baby calf. Right. He said, look, man, you go to war, and while you out there warring, I'm going to burn this. Clear. Because y'all not clear. You're not clear. The head ain't clear. The people, but look, I got you, but in order for me to cover you, man, I'm holy. This is how God's kicking it. I'm holy, and I don't care for what. I dwell around nothing unholy. Nothing unholy comes near me. I don't even pay attention to it. I disregard it. So now I'm going to have to clear you guys up. So it's a quick cleanup so that these guys be protected and be delivered by God when they go out there. So what he did, he took that heifer and burnt it. And now the procedure with that blood, you have to do something with the blood of that animal when it's burning. It's not in here what to do with it. I know one thing, you don't eat it. He said, "Ye shall eat no manner of blood," meaning any type, any way, any how, straight up or by proxy, cooked in or raw. I'm gonna reiterate. 2 weeks ago, I'm gonna say it again. There's only 2 ways to get blood out of flesh. 2 ways. Okay? The first way was the original way. You go and you slay it. You either go hunt it and catch it, and while you out there, when you catch it, you don't bring the animal in. You hit it up, cut it, and let the blood drain out right there. You get rid of the blood immediately. God said, "You shall dig a hole in the earth and let the blood go back into the earth." With the flesh is in the blood. Everything that has life in it on this planet contains blood. Mm-hmm. And there's life in the blood. Meaning, if I cut my hand, cut my wrist, blood keep coming out. After a certain amount of blood come out, I'm dead. What is the heart going to pump? There's nothing for the heart to pump. That's what the heart pumps. It pumps my blood throughout, because if I don't get certain parts of blood, if I don't get blood to this hand, you know what happens to this hand? It turns that color. And it turns into stone. And it petrifies. It dies. So God said, look, that blood, there's something in there that's not meant for you to eat. It's not supposed to be in your digestive system. In your blood is not for human consumption. It's for their consumption. The cat, the lion, the mosquito, the what's the other thing that bites you? Bed bugs. Yeah. The only thing, bed bugs, leeches, you got a thing called leeches, look like a big worm, and at the end of it, it got a big round mouth, no eyes. And in the jungle and in the swamps and certain wooded areas, you go near the water or near the mud, them things, they smell your blood and they stick on you. And you can feel them sucking the blood through you. It hurts. You're like, oh man, they be stuck to you. Yeah. Bed bugs, you know about bed bugs, right? They bite you, but they bite so that they can get to the blood. Mosquitoes, blood. These things live off blood. Okay? Because they are not man. God said, you man, you're not supposed to eat it. Okay, so now the whole world want to do it. All right. It's so clear that chapter you brought. He said, now in Abraham's time, flooding the world, after a certain amount of time, the wickedness came right back. So he looked at Abraham. He said, okay, forget the world now. That's when I realized that God said, he switched it up and said, okay, we ain't going to do this as a whole no more, because the world is going in. Oh, wait, but boom, this guy here, he got it in him to do, he going to do it. Gave it to Abraham. And said, in your seed, righteousness will be known. In your seed, they are the ones that's going to call upon my name. That's why God said, follow these commandments and be set apart from the rest of the people. Let them do their thing, man. It's not your job. You can't bring the world to serve God. No. You're not a missionary. Okay? It said to turn the hearts of the people towards God. You know who the people was? Israel. Only one man in this book I've seen that God told to prophesy to a people who was not of Israel. And that was Jonah. Because that certain generation God said, "Oh, we got a special generation here. They're not like the Assyrians before them, and they're not gonna be like the Syrians after them." He said, "But they gonna get it. I'm gonna give them a chance to correct themselves before they die." Mm-hmm. And guess what? Jonah was like, "Ah, man, because this is not how it's supposed to go, God. I'm going over here. I'm not going to tell them nothing because I know why." Yeah, all right. All right. Nah, man, this is our thing. That's how you looking at it. These guys are heathens. Back then, they didn't play heathen. They were real, what you call prejudiced. If you don't serve God, they were prejudiced against you. It wasn't your skin color.
No.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
You were looked at a certain way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can sell you certain things that I can't sell my people.
That's right.
So certain things with these people, I'm gonna look down on you. Yes. And that's what God wants. If that's how you gotta be to serve God, then so be it. Some people have to be unpleasant. And they have to keep themselves like that in order to serve God. You know that? Tell him, man, why he act like that? That don't how he act ain't bothering God. Everybody that serve God ain't gonna be all quiet and nice. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Some people you have to get angry. Right or wrong?
Right.
Anger stir things up and make, you know what? You say, you know what now? That's it, man. And you start, instead of doing it outward, you do it inward. You put the stipulations. So yeah, sometimes it's good to get angry at someone or at self with these commandments.
Right.
That's a good thing. Because I've seen a lot of times in here, the men got upset and things went down because they didn't like what was going on. They got tired of it. Benny had snapped. Can we clearly say that?
Mm-hmm.
He snapped, but he didn't go crazy and start killing it. He snapped like, I can't take this no more. This is the reason why this is happening. And he gonna come right in front of Moses. He paraded that woman and went in his tent because he was an official. Right. He didn't stay with all the other people. He said, nah. People are dying to play this out. He hit them. And by doing that, it made God stop. He said, oh, wow.
Pacify his name.
The perpetrator is dealt with. For that moment, for that situation, there was no incense burning that would have stopped it. It was done before. Mm-hmm. Moses would have said, yo, go and burn it. This was a different situation, different plague, multiplied. God is more upset. It's to the point where, you know what? I'm done with it, man. You know, bow down to the calf right in front of me in Mount Sinai. And then listen, man, now you ain't even getting the land yet, and you're joint to Baal Peor. Listen, man, where you came from, you got a dead guy. If you grew up regular, average, common life that a person does on this planet, in the city, in the country, and then you run into these commandments, you run into people who do this, you start coming around, you commit yourself to this, right? Mm-hmm. You really, you have to denounce your past. If you don't, or put it like this, if Abraham didn't denounce his past, he wouldn't have been elevated in God's eyes. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't have been perfect in God's eyes. God wouldn't have made promises and covenants and deals with him. That's why God made the deal with him. He said, yo, you know what, man? If you keep doing this, because you're the only one doing it. You're the only one doing it, and that take a lot. We got help. He ain't got nobody to congregate with. He was the first one. Am I right or wrong? He was the first Hebrew. Who are we going to congregate with?
That's right.
He ain't got nothing to give up to no priest. Who pulls up? Melchizedek. So he gave him everything. And now in his seed, God gave these commandments. And in his seed, they're supposed to keep it. But it didn't turn out that way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's why I use the word reset. That told me that God said, okay, things get a little too far because he resetted everything. Right?
Right.
This reset gonna be different. This last one here, it said the day of doom, when that day comes, that's it. He said, wickedness shall be gone. It's not gonna be able to come back. He's gonna get rid of it. Intemperance is gonna be at an end. Infidelity, empire, all these bad things, grief, sorrow. Why? Because man ain't gonna be wicked no more. So there's no reason for these things. This is the cause. Death, sorrow, grief is the cause. It's the payment and punishment for what Adam did and for our iniquities.
Mm-hmm.
You said it happened after that. This Alexander, the son of Philip, okay, in the first Maccabees, first chapter. And it's going to tell you, this verse lets you know what place in history our people are in. Okay? Because there's one thing, you know, one dude said, he said, yo, man, he said, the Farrakhan's people, he said, they got the discipline. He said, they got the discipline. They got that. He said, Christian people have the faith. Meaning Christian people's faith in that no God is strongest out of every people on the planet. That's what he said. And he's right. He said in Israel, you Israelites, you know what he's saying? Y'all know. He didn't say nothing else. You know what that means, man? You know what that means? We know what nobody else will. We know what millions of people never gonna get to know. He just said, he just looked and he walked away. He said, y'all know. There is no excuse. We know the origins of other nations. Right or wrong? We can tell everybody where this guy come from Yaphet, this guy, we the ones that straighten that out. We the ones that tell people, no, man, this is no good. The truth, that's paganism, man. Yo, that's devil worship. Yo, that ain't nothing. You shouldn't do that. That's a pagan idol. We the ones that do that. I said, wow, the man is right. He's right. If we had the faith and the discipline to go with it, we'd be able to keep the commandments. Yeah, man. Because that's what you need. God says stick to it. Those characteristics is what you need to stick to these commandments. He said, I ain't worried about Moses. Moses is more faithful than on my house. Even if he mess up, he good. He's the most faithful. He got, well, look. If he wasn't upset, he would have been mindful of what he was saying. Don't you think? So when we get upset, we got to be mindful of what you're saying. It said there was a word that brings death, right? Right? But it never said what the word is. You know why? Because there are certain things you can say to a person and you will die for that.
Right.
It will cause things to happen and you could die for it. Or you could go to jail for the rest of your life for it. You know? You could go either way. Or you both could kill each other. Or everybody. It's a word that brings death. Meaning, okay, in the streets, certain words that is said brings violence. Am I correct? Am I correct?
Right. That's right.
When dudes invite people to certain places, I'm not talking about inviting you to my house. When you do say certain things, look, in school, you say something about your mother, you do anything about your mother, the fights is out. So I always thought about this, and there's a word that brings death. Yeah, it's not one specific word that we don't know about. The stuff that come out your mouth. You know what? You have the power. You don't even have to be a king. If you got shooters, I got shooters. I can say, shoot him, and they're going to shoot him. Right or wrong?
Right.
Okay? So that's why people say, hey, man, don't say that because it could go another way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to tell people that, okay, I understand what's going on, but we're trying to quell a situation.
Right.
Certain words don't need to be said.
Right.
All it's going to do is make a fire and keep it burning. And this is one thing I learned. Your mouth and your words can dead things. It can quench the fire and it can keep the fire going.
Sure.
Because certain words, look, out there in the world, certain words said to me, my reaction is not going to be lovely. That's just how it is. So there is a word that brings death.
Right.
That just means be careful of who you offend and what you say and how we got to be careful of these things.
Right.
All Moses said was we.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't offend no man.
He thought that.
He didn't offend no man. He wasn't, he ain't like, he said, oh man. He said, I can't. He said, yo, man, speak to me of this matter no more. You did not separate me amongst the sight of the people. Okay? That was big. Because everything that you're doing, right, is to show the people towards me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Yeah, I made you a God to them so you could get their attention. And you can match what these guys doing. Now bring them to this mountain to introduce them to me. See, everything went, Most High's procedures. And all that didn't work for them. They said, man, what the hell? What's wrong with these people? God had to say, what is taking them so long to why they don't believe me yet? They ain't see how I get down. They ain't see I plugged up Egypt. I bombed on Egypt. Systematically took down all their gods for you. Brought you out with a mighty hand. For you. Kept you through the wilderness. Brought you in the land. Established you. Kings came out of you. Prophets that are linked to me came out. You want to know your future? You really want to know? Go ask the godly man. You ain't got to burn no candle. You ain't got to do no ritual. You ain't got to read no book. You ain't got to look at the stars. Because that's what heathens do. God said, I have not suffered you to do so. I did not make it that you have to go and abominate yourself. Rebecca said, man, why am I thus? Right? People went to the prophet to learn the ways of God. They may have a question about the Lord. These people were interested, some more than others. They say, yo, man, and they go to the prophet. So you don't have to do no divining, man. Okay? You didn't have to go to the witch. You didn't have to get into these things. That's what the heathen do. A lot of heathens' normal life comes from witchcraft and paganism. That's what it's all mixed up into. All right? And it's passed down. That's what a tradition is. A tradition is not something, it could be good or bad. It's just something that has been passed down from family to family, generation to generation. Doesn't mean, oh, man, this is tradition. And people say, oh, wow, yeah, I do it. You don't even know this tradition is people doing. You don't, the devils, it's just a sacrifice. Nothing changed. Mm-hmm. Okay? So this book is also official because it continues. Mahaba, Chief Eleazar, he calls this era, the Maccabees, you know what he calls it? The bottom. You know why he called it the bottom? Because after that, there's no people called Israel no more. That was it. These were the last. And we know about Alexander the Great. That was his name. All right. He was a Grecian. He was from Greece. He was the ones he's the one that smoked Darius. They even made a movie about that. You see Darius on his horse running. But in real life, he didn't run. He got caught and he got killed. Alexander the Great took over every kingdom known in the known world at that time. Okay? Egypt, I don't care who it was, Persia, I don't care who it was. He subdued them, right? It said he came out of the land of Chittim. He smitten Darius, the king of the Persians and the Medes, that he reigned in his stead. So that means that's when Greece became a world power. All right? The first over Greece, the first ruler of Greece was Alexander the Great. He said, and he made many wars and won many strongholds. Look, this dude went all the way up to Normandy. He left Israel, he went up into Normandy where the Vikings are at, where barbarians are at. He went out there, man. Subdued all the nations that are in Europe, their ancestors. He subdued them. Okay? He said he slew the kings of the earth and went through to the ends of the earth. Just like I said, he went to every kingdom. He went so far out. He went to places where, man, ain't no man been here before. A lot of that world has not been inhabited yet. Okay? And he took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. You know what that means? When the earth was quiet before one man, God gave him all the power. God make everything do it. That he make the right decisions, and he got the right resources and everything to conquer everybody. Now, Alexander the Great didn't serve God. All right? We know how the Greeks lived. Okay? Everything that they live and everything that they uphold is against God and his commandments. He said, the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And this is what all men, when you get exalted, mean you're put in a higher position. You're put in authority over, right? But that brought pride. That made him say he's God. All the kings on this planet, all the leaders of this planet, especially back then, with the exception of the righteous kings of Israel, they said they was God. Pharaoh said he was God. Nebuchadnezzar said he was God. Alexander said he was God. They all said, wow, because I run everything, so I must be God now. That's why it says his heart was lifted up. I mean, your heart is lifted up above who you are. It said the king in Israel has to read the book of the law every day so that his heart be not what? Lifted up amongst his brethren. Because now he going to do things according to how he feels. He said he gathered a strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. And after these things, he fell sick. He died at 32 years old of malaria. They call it something. Sometimes they call it yellow fever. It's a fever. It's a sickness that gives you a fever that can kill you. Okay, you get so hot that it can kill you. Your blood is hot and boiling. This is imagine water getting boiled. That's what's going on in your body. Your body keeps getting hot, and then when you keep getting like that, it could cause a stroke. The veins that carry your blood bust, and it will pop, and you could die from that. Yeah, and that's what happened to him. He died at 32 years old. Yeah. Some people say he was poisoned. You know, there's two stories about that. Some people say he was poisoned, whatever. He said after these things he fell sick and perceived that he should die. So he knows a man knows when he's about to die. A person knows when they're about to die. It's a feeling that your spirit knows. I can't explain it. You know when you get to that point. All right? So he said he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth. A lot of his generals, he went to school with. A lot of his servants, he was younger than. He was a young dude. He said, and he parted his kingdom among them. He split his kingdom amongst 4 generals. All right? 4 generals. While he was still alive. And so Alexander reigned 12 years, and then he died. And his servants bare rule everyone in his place. These 4. After his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. Now each general owned a piece of the kingdom. Okay? The kingdom got split up in 4. The earth got split up in 4 pieces for each one to rule. And because of that, they start putting crowns on themselves. Okay? They became the king of this, like in Egypt, you have to sell your city. Okay? In Syria, in Israel, in Sinai, you had epiphanies.
Right.
These were the names, these are the titles and the names of these kings in those areas. Okay? Verse 9. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. So many years passed. Okay? Many years passed now since the Greeks took over.
Right.
All right? And they came out of
them a wicked root.
A wicked root. All of them, this guy was more wicked than everybody else in his bloodline. All right? Tom Sheep.
Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
Now the Greeks was running everything so far for 137 years. Okay? 137 years, way after Ezra, Nehemiah, and them. They dead now.
Right.
They dead now when we get to this time. Okay? Tom Sheep.
In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, sayings, let us go and make a covenant with the heathens that are round about us.
We need to link up with them, man. That's what they say. We need to make deals with them. We need to join the UN. We need to be reckoned among them. Okay? Even though God said you're not going to be recognized amongst these people because I got you living different. They're not going to accept you. That's what it means. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
When God said you shall not be reckoned amongst the nations, it means they're not going to accept you, no matter how much money you make, no matter how much money you got, no matter how much you kiss up, no matter how much you prove yourself, they are not going to accept you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what God said. All right?
For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So this device.
Now, see, that's the thing that they don't understand. They don't understand what was told to Ezra. They're so way off with their iniquities. Their thinking is off. They're like, man, all this stuff come upon us, man. Us doing these commandments ain't going to do us no good because times is changing. Because I hear people say the same thing. Because times is changing and we have to modernize with this. And no, times always change. Every 10 years, everything changes. What's law now is not going to be a law in 10 years.
That's right.
All right? It's been going on like that. Nebuchadnezzar was making changes. All right? All these guys, Pharaoh made changes. And the changes was death to these people. It's always been that way. That's your narrow. That's the narrow and straight and trouble and grief and the stuff that you have to go through in order to prove that no matter what, I'm like Job, I can hold on to my integrity and never falter with God, no matter what's going on with me on this planet. It's bound to happen. Things are going to happen. But are you going to make it weak for you or gather strength from it? So these guys are saying, since we the heathen that are around about us, we need to link up with them, because since we've departed from them, we've had much sorrow. You know what that means? When we tried to do these laws, they got at us.
Right.
And it caused us nothing but trouble. So we need to go back to the heathen and join up with them, and we won't have no problems. See, that's the illusion. That's the confusion right there. That's the deceit in your own heart, because it's what before you. You don't even. These people knew what would happen to them when they die, if they die in their unfaithfulness. But they're so far gone now. They've been around the heathen so long. You see, they're saying since we departed from them. So all that 137 years, they departed from God. And they come to go, yo, man, listen, we're going to form up and team up with them.
So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinance of the heathen.
He said, yo, it sounded good. I'm with it, right? But everybody ain't make a move on it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody didn't make a move. It said certain of the people, a certain crew. He said, we're so forward herein. You know what that means? They had some nerve. They was unrighteously bold. Like the man that just said, look, man, I'll eat the pork, man. Give me, I'll do it. In front of everybody.
Right.
That's how these guys were looked at. Like these guys really conjure up the nerve to do this. They went to the king and said, yo, man, we gonna link up with y'all, and we gonna live like y'all, and da-da-da-da. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? The king said solid. Yeah. You gave them license to do. That license means certificate. I have a license. I have a carpentry's license.
Mm-hmm.
I have license I have a license to run this store. You know what that license means? I have permission. Okay?
Right.
I go to the government and get permission from the federal government to sell cigarettes in my store. If I don't have those papers and I'm selling cigarettes in the store, what they gonna do? They're gonna shut it down, and I'm going to jail.
Right.
It's license and registration. Means what? These are paperwork showing that I own it. Right. You don't have the license. The license means you have been given the permission to drive. And this is the proof of your permission. So a license is permission to do. That's what it means. So they got permission from the king, and whatever words the king said, it was written down.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's, hey, man, look, no. You see how people say, man, go on Google, right?
Right.
Or, man, go in the book. We got a source to go to, right?
Right.
For the answer, right? That's what they had now. What? Everyone to the king, look, what? And they pull it out. Oh, wow. It was the king's seal on it. I had permission to be an officer of the law now. I can arrest you. The king, the mayor gave me the key to the city. You know what the key to the city is? When you get the key to the city, you go anywhere you want. You don't pay for nothing. You can't get kicked out of nowhere. You don't have to go by a dress code. That's today now. When you get the key to the city. Who gives you that? The mayor. The mayor runs the city. He's the head. He gives you permission. So these people went to the king and got permission to be heathens. Mm-hmm. This says, well, I ain't got to do the law. Well, the law has been abolished. That's where all this stuff comes from, Tashi.
Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
Now, the customs of the heathen are how they live, what they do, how they do everything in life. These are their customs. And the customs don't change in people. People's customs stay the same. So why our customs? You know what our custom is? The Shabbat. You know what our custom is? These laws, the keeping and performing of these laws. It's something it's a manner in the doings of a people, their lifestyle. Okay? That's what they call custom.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, we're going to follow the customs of these people, right? And they built a place of exercise, right, at Jerusalem. Because in Greece, they worship their bodies. They worship their own body.
Mm.
Okay? There's different ways to do it. And in order to get it to look a certain way, it's a gym. They call it the gym. Gymnasium. That word comes from our idol god.
Mm.
And that's where they praise Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
That was a place of worship. While these guys see, it's not like a regular gym. You go there, everybody's working out. In that real gym, in the official, original gym, there's a spot where somebody is performing rituals and burning stuff to that idol. And what you're doing in there is the worship to that idol. Okay? Wrestling. You see all the O games. You see the Olympic games, all those, what you call it, triathlon, the decathlon, the running, the marathons, the races, the discus, throwing the discus, the other one, throwing the pole, and another one where they grab the pole and use the pole to jump over. All these things is what the Greeks, that is their custom. They introduced this to the world.
Right.
Because this is how they worship their gods. This is how they pay homage and devote themselves to their gods.
Right.
Okay? And the Israelites was in the old games.
Right.
Because it started, they've been doing them old games. The Greeks been doing it from Moses' time.
Right.
Before they came out and start running stuff. That's their thing. Saturnalia. That's another word you should look up. When you look that word up, look up every word that the meaning gives. And it's going to take you to all aspects. And you're going to find out there are things you shouldn't do. Like, for instance, I'm watching last week, I'm watching on YouTube. Yeah, I was watching the history of Death Row Records, right? And guess what I ran into? A certain part of the video, they say, hey, y'all gotta understand how this thing works. All the executives, music and top ones, they took over, they would take over all of the hip hop artists' projects. You know what that means? They're the ones that put the symbols on their stuff.
Mm.
They're the ones that make you look like, if you put it next to the bop, oh wow, this is representing the bop. They're the ones that put all these do or die wilt and A for anarchy and all the signs and symbolisms. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They put that in their projects. They don't say, well, look, it's your album cover, so you make up one. That's why they don't give you creative control. That's why they want to control your music. And I'm listening, and they say one of the things they do that is common amongst superstars or entertainers, they take pictures in the bathtub.
Mm.
It is when you take a picture of yourself or make somebody paint a picture of you in the bathtub, you don't have to have clothes on either. You can have clothes on because this picture is not for you to take a bath. That bath is a worship. I forgot the name of the deity. I'm going to show you tonight. Is a worship of a Hollywood deity, they said. Hollywood false god. Okay? All right? Tupac, Whitney Houston, DMX. I'm just pointing these three out. There's many more. They all took iconic pictures. The most famous pictures, they did it in the bathtub. DMX, his album cover, what was it? Blood. There wasn't water. He was in the bathtub with blood in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Tupac took his shirt off, put all his chains on,
He had clothes. And then he got in the bathtub and they took a picture of him like that for Vibe magazine or something. Whitney Houston, she died in the bathtub. And that became Pusha T's album cover. See, these things are symbolic of devilism and the people that worship the devil and his demons. Okay? So, sir, and the reason why I bring that up is to show you that the things that people do are against God. Certain things you can't do. Okay? Oh, wow, but everybody doing it. That's the whole thing. You don't do what everybody's doing. You don't even know the origin. And most people, when you're telling the origin, look, we was telling the lady about the crabs and eating seafood. Right? We didn't say nothing about God. Right or wrong. We didn't even get to there. And she said, oh, don't tell me about it. I don't want to hear about, I said, you don't want to hear what you're really eating? You don't want to, that's what she said, I don't want to hear that. I said, no, in the back of your mind, you know, it just tastes so damn good. You ain't giving it up. Because all that seafood, there's no blood, there's no flesh, like an animal or like us. It's pus. You know when you get a mosquito bite and the little yellow stuff come up?
Right.
That's what's in sea. That's what's in shrimp, lobsters, crabs, oysters, mussels, Brussels, and all that. And when it gets heated, just like blood, it congeals. It turns it, and that's the part that people crack. They crack the skeleton, and that part that got the pus that came up together now, they eat that. They squeeze a lemon on it. And what she said, stop telling me I don't want to hear it, because then I ain't gonna want to eat it. That's what everybody says. Hey man, you know you eating roach legs? There ain't nothing but a roach underwater. Come on, man, you gonna break my appetite. Oh, stop it. You just don't want me to tell you nothing so you can keep doing what you want to do. And that's just naturally everybody's like that. He said, whereupon they put a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the custom of the heathen and made themselves uncircumcised. Very painful thing. By doing that, they broke the covenant. Because the deal is, God told Abraham, every man child that is born in your house, born with money, right? Thou shalt have circumcised on the 8th day, right? All these people were circumcised. All these people was down with the covenant. And they said, man, we getting out of this. We're gonna break the deal. But in order to break the deal, I gotta get a foreskin. So they burnt themselves there to that shape as if they had a foreskin again. Yeah. Ain't that something? Yep. Wow. Painful. Wow. And they forsook the holy covenant.
And joined themselves to the heathens.
And you see that you see how painful that is? Because the heathens worship pain. You know that, right? See, when God tells you to afflict yourselves, he don't tell you to stick yourself and cut yourself and bash your head. All he do is tell you to deprive your body of nutrients by not eating and drinking. That's how your spirit gets inflicted. Because if I bust myself in the head, my spirit ain't getting inflicted. No. And if I do it enough times, or I do it damaging enough, my spirit, I'm dying. So that doesn't afflict your soul. Pain does not afflict your soul. Okay? In religion, in certain religions, right? The pain of their deity, they worship that. That's why they worship that thing on the cross. It was a pain, that's a painful sight. That's a painful thing for pegs to get put through your hands and your ankles of your feet. And your body weight is the only thing holding you up on that thing. Okay? God ain't about that. We don't worship pain. Okay? And we don't worship the dead. There are things that people do in worshiping of the dead. I don't have to pour out nothing. I get some strong drink, I pop it, and I drink it. I don't have to make no toast. I don't have to do no honor to nobody or nothing. This is where all the paganism come in at. Certain things that people acknowledge, God didn't say you gotta do this.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't gotta say, yo, toast, l'chaim, to life. No, that is not our way. It sounds good. It make you feel good, like you're doing something. But in God's eyes, that's not the way.
Mm-hmm.
You are following the wine drink offerings of the heathen. But they got wine offerings too. They got drink offerings too. They take the thing and ding, 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 ding. I have an announcement at weddings. See, that's why we don't do all of these. Look. It said, in the day that thou hearest, harden not thine heart. So I know everything's not meant for everybody. Because 30 people will hear certain things in the law and whoa. You was just about to do it. Or you was just about, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But then you went, whoa, wow, no, we ain't supposed to do that. All 30 of those people are not going to be on the same page.
Right.
Some going to say, well, look, man, I ain't doing that. I ain't dealing with that. And had intentions to deal with, do with it. But weren't into that. So you know what that means? That was God's way of, look, I know that all 30 ain't going to listen, but I know 4 going to listen. It's for the 4 to hear it.
Right.
It's for the 4 to hear it. So that tells me what track those 4 on. You feel me?
Right.
Because it wasn't meant for everybody, because everybody didn't listen to it. Everybody was going, but then when the stopper came, which is the law stops stuff. The law puts an earth on everything. And that's why people got a problem with these commandments. Tom Street.
Now, when the kingdom was established before Antiochus, he thought to reign over Egypt, that he might have the dominion of 2 realms.
So now, Alexander the Great gave 4 of his generals the splitting of the king in 4. This guy, Antiochus, he's not satisfied with his kingdom. He wants to go into Egypt and take over there. So now his realm, and that realm is bigger now. Now, I always told y'all, all right, most of the main reasons for men going to war with each other is because he got something I don't have.
Right.
It's called resources. You only find certain things, certain elements, certain substances only in certain parts of the earth. You're not gonna find gold everywhere, right or wrong.
Right.
You find it in certain parts of the earth, but this place here, this whole city is, when you dig, all you get is gold. When you go to Australia, you ain't getting nothing. He said, so these areas, this is where man lived and have their cities and established their civilizations at. They live close to the resource.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? America ain't got no rubber. And the people who we get the rubber from, don't mess with them no more.
Right.
So guess what? We're gonna make a reason to invade them and take over because we need that rubber. That was the reason for Vietnam. They ain't gonna tell you all of that, man.
Mm-hmm.
He said, oh man, let these guys be a part of us. This is just one small family, as many of us. Talking about Jacob and his people, he said, yeah. He said, because look, all of their cattle and all their resources gonna wind up being who? Ours.
Mm-hmm.
Substance, your money, everything, booty. That's what they come after.
That's right.
Wherefore he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and horsemen,
Invasion.
and with a great navy,
Uh-huh.
and made war against Ptolemy, king of Egypt.
Totally.
But Ptolemy was afraid of him, and fled, and many were wounded to death. Thus they got the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils thereof. And after that Antiochus had smitten Egypt, He returned again in the 143rd year and went up against Israel and Jerusalem with a great
He
multitude.
said, okay, I'm coming back here now. It's time for me to hit Jerusalem up. Whoever was in Jerusalem, Israelites that was there all that time, they weren't right before God.
No.
At that time, the nation was done.
Mm-hmm.
The nation was still there. They was done as far as following God. Only individuals served God in Israel at that time. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And entered proudly,
And entered proudly into the sanctuary.
You know what that mean? You know what that mean? Enter proudly. I come in your house. I come in. This is how I come in your house. The door kicks open, and when you look, I'm in a horse. I'm on top of a horse, coming in your house, coming in your palace, coming in your place of worship, right? And horses, they defecate while they're walking, while they're sleeping, while they're running. They use the bathroom at any given time. So that's totally disrespectful. They went up in there probably like, yeah, this is me now. I run this now. Total takeover. He said, took away the golden altar, the candlestick of light, and the vessels thereof, and the table of showbread, the pouring vessels, the vials, the censers of gold, the veil, the crown, the golden ornaments that were before the temple, all which he pulled off. He went in the temple and pulled down everything. The curtains, everything that what God said to him, he pulled all of that down and destroyed the place. Okay? Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness. You know why? Because the man that she was promised to marry, he got killed. He got killed. People losing husbands and wives. They're getting slaughtered right now. He said the land also was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. Nobody knew where to do, what to run. It's confusion. Okay, everybody doing their own thing. He said after 2 years fully expired, after 2 years of that, the king sent his chief collector,
of tribute unto the cities of Judah.
This is the tax man.
The
king has come to collect his taxes. Back then, see today, you pay taxes, right? How you do it? You sit down, you fill out a bunch of paperwork, right or wrong. When you go to the tax place and they help you do it, right? Back then, you got money. Everybody had bread. Everybody had money in storehouses and shekels. When the tax man come to your city, he's coming to every house. And you gotta get whatever the wages, you gotta give that up. In order to survive and live on that land, you gotta get taxed. Okay? Solomon taxed the Israelites, right or wrong.
Right.
They say, yo man, his tax is too heavy. Lighten the tax up. So that's always been a problem, right or wrong,
right,
in countries. Because that's the problem today. You got people say, man, taxes is too high. Oh man, what's wrong with Biden? What's wrong with this one? He raising the cost of that same things that happens. That's why God said, yo, that's what happened when you said you wanted a king. That's what happened, man. I was your king. You wouldn't have to worry about taxes and inflation and this and payment. You wouldn't have to worry about that. My setup is different. You got your own stuff. And what you ain't got, I will provide. But they wanted to be like them. They said, make us a king, like the heathen round about us, that will judge us. You know what that means? We want him to judge us, not you. We want him to be our critic, not you. After a while, they ain't want the king to do that either. They started assassinating the king. So what was the point of asking for a king? God told them, go and tell them what's going to happen. And guess what? They said, man, we don't care. See, that's us. That's the evil. That's us, man. We don't care. As long as we are satisfied, we get what we want. We don't care. Because you don't even think about what's to come after that. And then when it's time to pay, you want to cry.
Mm-hmm.
You want to put the blame on something. You want to take it out and vent on something. You can't do that. He said this guy came to collect taxes unto the cities of Judah, who came into Jerusalem with a great multitude, and spake peaceable words unto them, but were always deceit. See, that was for him to get for them to let him in the city, and for them to think everything's cool, and they let their guard down.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when they had given him credence, he fell suddenly upon the city. They gave him credit. They said, "Yo, no, he's not a bad guy. He good. Let him in." They let him in. Fire. He said, and he smote it very sore, destroyed much people of Israel. And when he had taken the spoils of the city, he set it on fire and pulled down the houses and walls thereof on every side. But the women and the children took they captive and possessed the cattle. So that means they killed the men. That's how they did it back then. They killed all the men, they grabbed the women and the children and take the spoils. Everything else gets destroyed and burned.
Uh-huh.
He said, but the women and the children they took captive and possessed the cattle. Then builded David with a great and strong wall. Now in the city of David, they built a wall to keep these guys, you know what I'm saying, out. He said, and with mighty towers, and made it for a stronghold. He said, and they put therein a sinful nation, wicked men, and fortified themselves therein. This is what the Greeks did. They made a fortress within the city of David, right in the middle of everything. Like a garrison, like a police station gets put right in the middle of your block.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. Tamshi.
And they put there in a sinful nation, wicked men, and fortified themselves.
So they put in, it wasn't no Hebrews in there. They put heathens in there that worked for them from different nations, from their own nation. And what was their job to do?
They stored it also with armor and victuals. And when they had gathered together the spoil of Jerusalem, they laid them up. They laid them up there. So they became a sore snare.
Now that was their stash house. That was their storehouse. Anything that they get within Jerusalem, they bring it there. And then at a certain time, it's being carried all the way back to Antiochus. That's his tribute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Tamshi.
But it was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary and an evil adversary to Israel.
Uh-huh.
Thus they shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary and defiled it.
You got an enemy garrison within your town and city. People are going to die. They're going to get killed for no reason. They're going to get done wrong. They're going to get robbed. They're going to get spoiled. Tamshi.
And so much that the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them. Whereupon the city was made in a habitation of
So now
strangers.
all the people that was living in Jerusalem that were Israelites, they left.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people be getting on boats. And I seen one time dude hold on to the wheels that come out the plane. He's trying to get out of that country.
Mm-hmm.
There was no justice there. There was no mercy. Okay? Anywhere where there's no justice and mercy, people don't want to be at. A person don't want to be at. They're trying to get out of there and get to somewhere a little better. That's why you got refugees and immigrants. That's why you got people coming from to come to another country to get away from what's going on in their country that they were born in. That's what happened. And by them leaving Jerusalem, that's when strangers moved in there. And you got strangers and heathen in Jerusalem. That was the beginning of the land of Israel, of heathen people. This was gentrification.
Mm-hmm.
The heathens moving in, and the little bit of Israelites that's up in there moved out. That's why you go to Israel right now, the Israelites are not there. You have Palestinians, Syrians, Moroccans, Arabians, people from Turkey, all over the place. Christians, Muslims, I got it all. That was the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It started with the 10 tribes. When God took the 10 tribes out, when the king took the 10 tribes out, he put in people that he conquered from other nations in there, and they were called Samaritans. Who call themselves Samaritans today? there are people, religious people, who use that word. And they at Mount Samaria. I seen a church that said Mount Samaria. That's why. Those were the people, okay, that were put there that didn't know the law. And they was getting hit up by lions. And they had to send back to get a priest from Nineveh to put back to teach the strange people, the strange Europeans, okay? Because they were Europeans and Asians. Teach them the laws of God. Okay? Need I say any more? This is how we got rubbed out. This is how the identity got, and other people start claiming this. All right? But we know why that happened. I'm not mad at nobody. These people did what God told them to do, what God allowed them to do. Okay? All you got to do is not follow them.
That's it.
God said, don't hate the Egyptian, but you can't follow them either.
Mm-hmm.
So I can love you, right? But I don't live like you. Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I can show mercy to you. I can do the other, but I don't have to live like you.
Mm-hmm.
Like a family member that don't serve God. I love you, but I can't be around you. I can't live with you. I can't eat from you. We live different. We live different.
Mm-hmm.
For it was a place of lying wait against the sanctuary and an evil adversary to Israel. Verse 37. Thus they had shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary and defiled it, insomuch that the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled of them. Whereupon the city was made an habitation of strangers and became strange to those that were born in her, and her own children left her. Her sanctuary, her is Jerusalem, is speaking metaphorically as a mother. Right. Jerusalem is spoken and looked at from God as the mother of the children of Israel.
Right.
Okay? So he said, her sanctuary, the sanctuary is the temple, right, was laid waste like a wilderness. Right. Her feast days were turned into mourning. Okay? Her Sabbaths into reproach, her honor in contempt. These things weren't kept no more. Right. There's nothing to feast on. Mm-hmm. There's no food. All your farmland got taken. All right? Mm-hmm. Everything that God has set up for them is gone. So goes the days to be observed. Right? He said, and everyone, he said, moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom, the whole kingdom now, that all should be one people. Okay? This is not a good thing. No. This is not why God gave us these commandments, to be one with the heathen. Mm-hmm. I had a dream. Everybody, black men, white men, this, that, and Jews and Gentiles. Ain't that how it goes? Mm-hmm. That's his dream. That everybody be together. But it's not, it can't be that way. Right. Not if you're going to serve the Most High God. Because to be one with the world and then be equal with everybody is to be the same. That's what people don't understand. It's to be the same. Not the same color, but the same kind. Okay? Mm-hmm. God don't deal with colors. Oh, man.
Verse 42.
Uh-huh.
And everyone should leave his law. So
leave his laws. Uh-huh.
So all the heathens agreed according to the commandment of the king.
Now, they do that today subtly. They say it's freedom of religion and freedom of speech, right? But your freedom for that is limited. Okay? It will be challenged. If you get out of line, you'll be dealt with. That's the same rules apply here. His job is to get everybody one, under one banner, one law. He said, yea, many of the Israelites consented to his religion. Religion. A worship of pagan abominations, sacrifices, to a deity. Because God is not a deity. Most High God is not a deity. A deity is an idol, a false God, an image. Okay? Made in the likeness of anything in the heavens. Okay? Man, woman, child, all beasts of the field, creeping things, flying fowl, and all things that swim within the waters. Man has made idols in likenesses of different forms, paintings, sketches, writings, statues, teraphims, toys, symbols, certain artifacts, rabbit's foots and dry corn, all these things we gotta leave alone. We don't have nothing to do with candles, the blowing of candles and singing songs over a candle. We don't light candles when people die. Okay? The ways of Egypt was they worshiped death. That was their thing. See?
Yeah, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath.
So they turned. That's it. That's it. They turned all the way this time. See?
For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land.
See, instead of just saying, look, man, everybody's going to live like this, or you die, or this, that, and the third. They're not doing that. It's slicker now. They just say, yo, come over here. You're free to serve whatever God you want over here. Okay? That's the catch. Because now that you're amongst us, yeah, you're still doing your thing over there, right? But in time and in your generations, we're going to have you too. That's why they said, yo, man, let's link up with this man and his sons. He's gonna give me his daughter for wife. He said, yo, they gonna share everything with us, but belong to them, belong to us. He said, look, by the time that's just a small family. By the time they die off and their generations out, we absorb them. Yeah. They're gonna become us, and all their wealth will be ours. This is the mentality that has not left. Everybody should want everybody. No, God says separate yourself. You're not holy if you linked up with them. They're not gonna recognize you. Tamshi.
For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land.
That they should follow these strange laws that your father did not teach you. Laws that your mother did not teach you. Laws that you don't know. Laws that you are aware of that are wrong, that are evil. That's why it says strange. Because these things is strange to God. God is not in his commandments. Anything outside his commandments is strange. That's why it says strange in foreign nation. Anything strange is alien.
For the king and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple.
See, he stopped all of that. No more sacrificing and worshiping God. Anything that's being done by the commandments is being stamped out. They don't want nobody on the planet. You understand the mind of all these ancient people. They knew what was going to go down. They knew what was going to come. And they said, man, we got to get these people that think and move like this. We got to get rid of them. One dude said we got to cause them to sin. Once you cause them to sin, you got them. Why you want us to sin to our God? Why? That's the plan. You're in the way. And I won't be totally 100% officially running this. If you're independent, you're in my kingdom, and you don't honor my God, or you don't serve me, or you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Or with the days that I say come out, you ain't gonna come out because your God said you can't come out. Nah, so this is the problem. This is why they're never gonna recognize you.
and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days, and pollute the sanctuary, and holy people.
The holy people were those priests. Those the ones that are in the sanctuary. Everybody that's in the sanctuary, those priests are holy. So they got polluted too. They polluted the sanctuary. Timesheet. How they pollute the sanctuary? By bringing things in there that is not holy, bringing things that are forbidden to come in there. And how they profane the holy people? By causing them to sin. Timesheet.
Set up altars, groves, and churches of idols, and sacrifice
swine's
flesh.
It said set up altars. It said destroy everything pertaining to the Most High God. Destroy anything pertaining to righteousness. Now you see why God said, y'all get down there in Canaan land, destroy everything except my name. There's a battle going on. Evil versus good. Evil trying to triumph over good. He should go in there, destroy God's altar, and set up altars, groves, chapels. Where do you have to go to be in the chapel?
Church.
All right.
Chapels and churches.
Now you check out the chapel. It's an arch. Oh boy, that arch got a paganistic history. It says altars, groves, chapels of idols. In the chapel, there are idols. So you can't have the wedding cake. The wedding cake is a symbol. It's a God, it's an image. Because it has the image of the man and the woman that's getting married under that little arch. That is this arch of the chapel of the sanctuary. Okay? He said, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised. No more circumcising the kids. And make their souls abominable. How do I make my soul abominable before God? But it means God's going to hate my soul because I don't did things and I have things in my surroundings that God hates. How do I do that? Well, what do you got to read?
And they should also leave their children uncircumcised and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and
uncleanness and profanation. Uncleanness. Everything in that book that said don't do this or do this or this and that and make you unclean, they did it more. They did it on purpose to stay that way. They did it and didn't wash on purpose. You understand that? They are deliberately and spitefully doing things to push their spirit away because they were linked. This is what was in them. So now they're doing these things to get it out of them. All right? So that they can do the things the heathen do. He said, to the end that they might forget the law. See, this is to the end. At the end of all of this, they're doing all of this so they could do away with the law. They could forget the law and change all the ordinances. This is why we're strange people. This is why people they can't see. We don't have the same hearts you had. We have a different heart. The things that we feel for, God tell us to feel for, right? You don't feel for. You don't even know this thing exists for you to feel for. Ordinances, the doings, the mannerism, the customs, your traditions, the things that the things that the family as a whole honor, what they celebrate, what reason do they gather for? Okay? That's the ordinances. Time sheet.
To the end. And whosoever will not do it.
Read that again.
To the end they might forget the law and change all the ordinances. And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die.
Forcing them. He said, look, man, this is not only a license. With permission, right? I'm telling you to do it. And if you don't do it, you will be dead. You will get killed. Country.
In the self-same manner wrote he to his whole kingdom.
He wrote this to everybody, all people. Israel wasn't the only one. He wrote this to everybody. Ain't that sound familiar? Nebuchadnezzar did this in his time, right or wrong. He did it. He said, look, man, when you hear the sound of the dulcimer, the harp, the dulcimer, the sackbut, the this, the that. You hear these music's playing? He said, you gotta worship the deity, man. Stop what you're doing and worship. If you don't do it, you're dead. Obviously.
And appointed overseers over all the people, commanding the cities of Judah to sacrifice city by city.
My man said overseer. And he kept saying the word overseer, 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 officer. Because they got the same job.
Then many of the
Mm-hmm.
And many of people were gathered unto them to wit, every one that forsook the law. So they committed evils in the land, and drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor.
Now, the ones that got driven into secret places is because they fear God more than what the Greeks going to do to them. How about that? So they fled and hid so they could keep the commandments. All right? And even wherever, so they could please, wherever they could go, man. Yo, man, if we go down here, we could get through, we get over the river, we good. And they went. Tom Sheep.
Now the 15th day of the month, Kislev, in the 145th year, they set up the abominations of desolation upon the altar, and built idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side.
He said
And
they
burnt
set up an
incense.
abomination of desolation. On that day was the day an idol was put upon the altar. That's how they desecrated the altar. You understand? That they desecrated it. That's like in the graffiti world. Remember back in the days, dudes used to get up, put tags up, right? And you come back later on, somebody put their tag over you. You desecrated it. They dissed you. Back then, that was a diss. And that's what that is. Okay? Then take this stuff over there. Get the frying pan. Put the pig up there, bang, kill it there. And that's how they polluted it. Because they know very well they're not gonna, could they say clean it up, wipe everything down, sanitize, and now it's good. We can use. No, it's not holy. The use has been corrupted. That's why. The use of this was only for God. The way he put it, the way he said do it. But it's got stopped, and that was a continual burnt offering. You know that thing was a continual burnt offering from the time Solomon set up that temple, man.
That's right.
It stopped when Babylon ran up in there. Okay? And it started back after the 70-year captivity when they came back in Nehemiah time. And it kept going up until this day, the 145th year. All right? The 15th day, the 145th year. Okay. That's when that happened. After that, we can't do it now.
Yeah.
We can't put nothing up there. It's been polluted.
And burn incense at the door of their houses and in the streets.
You see that? That's why you are not supposed to burn incenses. Why did they put that there?
And when they had rent,
No. Why did they put that there? I want you to think. Why was that detailed? All right? They built idols, altars, all throughout the city, everywhere. Right? Incense are burned in the temple only. Okay? Now, because of that, every religion follows that. Boo-boo, the big god, big giant dude that the Asians worship, what do? They go in there, and there's nothing but incense all over the place. And they burn incense. Orientals, that's their thing. But they burn it to their idol. These guys say, man, listen, man, we ain't burning nothing. You ain't got to burn nothing. Burn incense everywhere. So once you take an incense, oh man, I don't like to get rid of the smoky smell in here, whatever. See, you're doing it for smell, right? That's what you think. Anytime you burn that incense, you don't burn incense to an idol or to devils automatically. Incense, the purpose of burning incense was for the high priest to burn the incense in the temple. No, nothing outside of that. You couldn't take the incense and burn it in your house. That's why they're mentioning it. And burn incense at the doors of their own houses. So you know what? They ain't got it up there for good smell. They're burning it to idols.
Right.
That was the point. They didn't take it and burn it in their houses for a good smell. They burnt the incense to idols. Read all over the book, wherever you read about what people do with incense, the heathen, the Israelites that turned, and everybody, and you will see that it wasn't burnt in people's houses for a good smell. Okay? The ordinance has been changed, right? The order of everything has been changed, Tamshi.
And when they had rent in pieces the book of the law, which they found,
took the law,
they burnt them with fire.
and they took the law, burnt it. You know what it means when you take something and burn it, man? This is not supposed to be coming back. This is destroyed forever, Tamshi.
And wheresoever was found with any the book of the testaments, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death.
See, whosoever was found with the book of the testament, the Old Testament. Okay, the new. At this time, there was no such thing as New Testament. That's why it says the Testament, because there was no old, no new. What made it the Old Testament is you said, "Yo, we got another testament here, the brand new one." So that's the old one, it's the new one. You see, it says the Testament, because that was the only testament. That's the only testament of who? Of God and the men who followed him. All those books are put together. The first 5 comes straight out of God's mouth. And he told Moses to write. He told Moses to write. This is what happened before you, man. This is how he learned about Abraham and Enoch and all these men. All right? That's why he was up there so long with God in the mountain. He put Moses on. Tamshi.
Thus did they by the authority unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. That the 25th day of the month they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of God. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised.
You see that, man? The 25th day, a Kislev. Sounds like the 25th day of December. And it just so happens it's around that, it's in that time frame. Kwanzaa, Xmas, Hanukkah. Y'all don't even know what those three are the same. The leaders of the religions of those people made it possible that this area, that's why they call it the season, that in that season, hey, you were other people, but you got that version of what he got. They made sure that. You think Hanukkah is not about giving no gifts. You don't even have to celebrate it. I'm going to show you why. Read.
And they hanged the infants about their necks and rifled their houses.
They hung
slew
the
them
babies.
that
They hung the
circumcised
babies. If you circumcised that child, they hung them. They killed the baby.
Howbeit, many in Israel were fully resolved.
Their minds are made up. Once your mind is made up, I mean, whatever's done, I don't like it. I won't like it, but it ain't gonna change my mind. It's not gonna change all you're gonna do is make me more stubborn up. You're gonna go crazy, and you're gonna get tired, and you're gonna kill me. Put me out of this misery. That's why they say, look, man, take it, cut it. Hurry up and get this over with. Because I'm not eating that. And you're gonna have to kill me. Do what you say. Because guess what? I'm gonna come back. For this, I'm coming back. And for this, you going somewhere else. That's what the young man told Antiochus, the guy that's having all this stuff done. That's what he told him. And I believe that young man. I believe that when you die, your spirit just don't stop existing. It goes somewhere. According to everything I read in this book, in the first 5, it said this is the life. And he explained later, he said, it's the life that Moses was talking about. Y'all thought he was talking about now, while you up in physical living now. Everything you do now is to get that life after your physical dies. And once you start to believe that, you're going to see what the book really means now when they start talking about life and death. A lot of times when they talk about life and death, it's talk about in the spirits. Will you receive death or life after you die from this planet with your deeds? You carry your deeds with you. And then will be determined. And then another part, it says some of them, it says some of them were forgiven.
That's right.
It says some of them people, these Israelites, because it's not going to be just Israelites to come back. God has some different people that were not Israelites. Job was one of them. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Uriah the Hittite's one of them.
That's right.
At the end of his days, Nebuchadnezzar honored and acknowledged the Most High God. He coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Moses' father-in-law said, no, man, now I know that the Lord is Lord and he is King, he's God. Now I know. I don't need no proof. What you just told me, that's God. That's God. This stuff I was doing here and my whole family been doing for generations was a fake and a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why people don't want to admit it, because they're scared to start over. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
In all aspects, people don't like to start over. People don't like, you know what? Sweep everything up and start over. A lot of people, yeah, man, but look, everything, I'm going to just do it. Yeah. You see what God said? I reset. I flooded everything. After a while, they start doing the same damn thing. I picked Abraham. So that way I have a righteous nation amongst all the people. I can't have the whole world, because the whole world and the righteous people were going to have each other. What you said going to happen? When the righteous people stop being born in the earth, and there's no more righteous people here, that's when it's going to go down. Right? And I've always said that. He said there's going to be a time on this planet where nobody is going to call on God's name. Nobody going to be doing the Shabbat. Nobody going to be dressed like this. Nobody going to have nothing to do with this. This is going to be gone for good. And that's when he's going to rev it up. He always said that. So, and then what we read today, it said there's a number of righteous people that are going to be born in the planet. When that time comes, when that number gets fulfilled, it's not going to be nobody capable of doing this. So, where you going to have a whole world of wicked people still thriving? It's time to go. Mm-hmm. That's how this thing is going to go down.
That's right.
He said, I agree.
Howbeit, many in Israel have fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing.
They said fully resolved in themselves and made their minds up and said, no matter what, I'm not doing what?
To eat any
unclean thing. Because everything is unclean. They're forcing them. Today, people, oh man, that's clean, I can eat it. Then you had to force them. He said, man, you eat this or die. Tell me.
Wherefore they chose rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meat, and that they might not profane the holy covenant.
Uh-huh.
So then they died, and there was a very great wrath upon the Israelites.
Okay, now, we close the book. I'm going to read this last little passage here and we're done. Now, okay, moreover, Judas, this is after now. This is when the rededication of the burnt offering altar, right? That's what Hanukkah is. The rededication of the burnt offering altar. So they had a party because they were happy. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that was. It said, moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained They made it an ordinance now that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year by the space of 8 days. So with that space of 8 days, within those 8 days, they're honoring the days of dedication to the altar. Okay? From the 5 and 20th day with mirth and gladness. Okay? They played music, songs, sitars, harps. They had a good time. But the reason why I say you don't have to do it, we're not supposed to do it because number one, that wasn't in the law. That wasn't a statute. Let's make this clear. That is not a statute of God. Okay? This was an occurrence that happened because of the state that we was in. All right? It don't say nowhere where they gave gifts to each other. You don't have to have no candle and having 8 candles and lighting it. You don't have to have that. Y'all don't even know the origin of the menorah. Let me go, because I'll stay up here and keep going. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff, man, that Israelites think that is correct and it's not. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.